Anna Hoffman.
Hey friends, I'm Nikolai.
Hi, I'm Mustafa Turaman.
Hi, I'm Tanya Janka.
Hello.
And I'm excited to be the speaker at Azure Summit 2021.
It's a fantastic event that will be 11 days live streaming,
where more than 100 speakers from all over the world.
I'm excited to speak at Azure Summit about Power BI and Synapse Analytics.
And I'm going to talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 17th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers.
So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
All right, everyone, welcome back to Cloud Summit Day 9, Part 2. We have had an amazing Part 1 and an absolutely amazing 9 days of 8.5 days of Cloud Summit. And here's a quick fact that we were just looking at the stats and we summarized the stats of 6 days. And we have reached close to 83,034 unique audiences. And even right now, I see just on LinkedIn, we have about 222 people watching, and on other places, so definitely around more than 500. So welcome everyone. People are joining us from India, Pakistan, Nepal, Canada, Germany, Ecuador, Texas, and many more places. So South Africa, Nigeria, I think from all over the world. So welcome back everyone. This is Cloud Summit Day 9. Part 2. If you're looking to find all the other videos and sessions that we have had, you will find them on azuresummit.live website. Having said that, a gentle reminder that I have been looking in the comments. You all are spot on, and I want you to continue that, to be very kind to each other and follow code of conduct. And always remember the 3 contests that we have is whenever you drop the comments in the chat, please use #CloudSummit and we'll pick the winners in about 3 to 4 hours. So whenever you ask a question to the speaker or share your thoughts, please use #CloudSummit. But yeah, just using hashtags are not a valid entry. Also, please take a selfie, take a screenshot, or be creative in any way. Tag us on LinkedIn and on Twitter with handles @CloudSummitLive and using the hashtag #CloudSummit. And towards the end of the day, we're also going to announce the winners from both Twitter and LinkedIn social media platforms. Having said that, the comments keep on coming in. Having said that, it's time we bring the first speaker of Part 2. He is Bob Ward. He's a principal architect at Microsoft. And in today's session, he's going to talk about migrating to Azure SQL Managed Instance. Definitely a session you don't want to miss. So without any further ado, let's bring him to Cloud Summit 2021. Hi, Bob. Howdy, Bob. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hello, Simon. Howdy. Yeah, that's the right way to say it in Texas, Simon. So thank you for recognizing that fact. I'm very excited to be here today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Bob, for accepting the invitation. I also see there are many people joining from Texas and in the comments, and not just the Texas, from around the world. So welcome, everyone. This is a session that's going to be on migrating to Azure SQL Managed Instance. Bob, I'm not going to take much of your time. We are going to do chit chat towards the end of the session. I see you're sharing your screen. Once you move away from the StreamYard, I've added your screen to the stream. Everybody can see it. And next 45 minutes is all your, Bob.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Huge shout out to Simon and everybody who's been involved in making the Cloud Summit successful. I really love the fact that we're having a great worldwide virtual event to focus on Azure technologies. And when Simon and I talked about how I could contribute to this event, I thought about why not share with you some information of technologies that I've been spending some time on lately, and that is Azure SQL Managed Instance. But I thought it'd be interesting for you to know today, like, how do I migrate to this? Because a lot of people may be wondering, can I use Azure SQL Managed Instance? And if I want to, how the heck do I migrate to this? Hey, a couple logistics for the next 45 minutes of our discussion. You can find the deck that I'm going to present to you today at this URL, aka.ms, bobwardms. I'll show that again at the very end. I've got a resources slide at the end to show you. And then aka.ms Bob SQL demos. I have all my demos that I do for any event that I present on. So a couple demos I'm showing you today are also available to you as well there. And then hashtag Azure SQL. That's a great way to stay in touch in social media with what we're doing in our technologies. And again, I got other resources for you to use as well at the end. But without further ado, let's get started a little bit. I will pause a little bit and look at the comment window. I've got it over here on my laptop, and we'll see what kind of type of questions you may have. We only have 45 minutes, so I'll do my best to answer all your questions as well as get through all this content. I've got so much information to share with you. It could be we don't even get to all the demos today, just because I want to pack your brain with everything you need to know to get started with this journey. But the first question you might have is, what is Azure SQL Managed Instance? Let's spend a little bit of time unpacking that some and then dive in more to the whole migration process. This is my quote. This is my opinion after going through this journey now of working on Azure SQL for a while, that Azure SQL Managed Instance is the best of SQL Server joined with the power of the cloud. And I hope to demonstrate you today that's exactly what it is. That's why it could be a great target for you to migrate to, and then discuss with you that process of how you're going to go about doing it. So in that vein of discussing what it is, make sure you understand, you may have seen this before from myself, from Anna Hoffman, or other people at Microsoft. Where does Managed Instance fit into the Azure SQL family of services? Right there in the middle, because it's part of our platform as a service offering. On the left, you have SQL Server and Azure Virtual Machine, which of course is infrastructure as a service. You just own everything inside that VM. Microsoft will power the infrastructure. And then Managed Instance being that SQL Server instance capability where we're going to manage the platform, the operating system, the virtual machine, all those kind of type things, and even automate some amazing things like high availability while you focus on managing the SQL instance itself. And then Azure SQL Database being the highest level of platform as a service where you just focus on a database. We even just manage the instance for you. You may see some of the behaviors of an instance as you interact with Azure SQL Database. This is where we're going to unlock other things though, like hyperscale and serverless, those kind of technologies. And it's a great place to land for new cloud-born applications. Whereas if you're a SQL Server user, for example, migrating that instance of SQL may land more on the left side here, either VM or Managed Instance, or you may even find yourself moving to Azure VM and wanting to migrate to Managed Instance. And we'll talk about technologies that can help you do that. Now, a couple more details about SQL Server and Managed Instance, because I get this question, is it really SQL Server? It is. It's a pre-installed SQL Server where you're abstracted from the operating system, file system, virtual machine, everything. You just get that feel of an instance of SQL Server, and it is the same engine. It is versionless though. So the engine itself, the bits of that engine may be ahead of like the major version of SQL Server. This is where we're going to automate patching for you, provide new enhancements for you on a regular basis, more often than a version of SQL Server. And then look at this, it's very important. You may be developing scripts and applications today wondering, it's going to port over to SQL Server. It's almost 100% compatible. There are small differences, and I outline them for you at a very nice shortcut here to go examine what things might I run into? Although you're going to find out our migration tools can help actually assess some of that and tell you what you might run into if something's not compatible. It's a fully managed service. Again, it's the power of SQL plus the cloud to help automate certain things that today are pain points, like a versionless. But it comes with instance level features. That's one of its distinguishing capabilities over Azure SQL Database, is that you get SQL Agent, Database Mail, replication, full replication system, resource governor, broker, DTC, you name it. Anything that feels like an instance level thing outside of the database scope, we intend to provide to you that from Azure SQL Managed Instance. Now, it's not about BI services. So it's not about RS, AS, SSIS, although you can integrate SSIS packages with Managed Instance. It's more about the database engine as a SQL Server instance and all the features that surround it. Now, as you go deploy a managed instance and you work with our migration tools to make decisions about how to do this, you're going to run into deployment options. Today, with SQL Server, you pick Standard Edition, Enterprise Edition, Developer Edition if you're developing, but you also pick options on the size of your virtual machine, the size of your bare metal, resources you need. In Managed Instance, since we're actually abstracting a lot of things for you in a pre-deployed SQL, you get two choices. One, you get a general purpose service tier, which is by its name for most business workloads. We're going to use Azure Remote Storage for you, give you reasonable I/O performance. It's going to cost less than the other option, and you're going to get larger sizes, like even up to today, 16 terabytes of instance space available for all your databases. Now you have Business Critical here, which again, by its name, may be more appropriate for low latency type applications that really need that high I/O performance, or you need like really fast recovery or even a readable secondary. So we're going to use local storage. We're going to show you the architecture in a second on this. We're going to give you better I/O throughput. It's going to cost more. We're going to give you features like in-memory OTP, and then we're going to use replicas as denoted by fast recovery and readables. Smaller sizes available, but you get a free read replica free that comes with just using the system. And you're going to find the automation of how we do all this for you is pretty amazing. Now, these choices you make are going to dictate things like resource limits, number of cores, memory, what's the maximum transaction log size, size of temp DB, how many concurrent workers do you get, and others. And the documentation does a very good job of outlining for you all those choices. You can move between these. It's going to be a little bit of a longer management operation to make that choice. But if you make a mistake and say, or you need to upscale and go to business critical, you can actually do that kind of type choice. You're not stuck with just one service tier or the other. So that's kind of a basic thing you need to understand as you're making this move to managed instance, like what choices do I have and what resource limits and resource requirements do I need? Now, we talked about just business critical for a second, that it's going to give you faster recovery and read replicas, but you may be wondering, like, how's it doing that? Well, look at this diagram and architecture for a second. And note this, we just do this for you. You're going to deploy business critical and you're going to get this, but it's important you understand how it works so you see what kind of capabilities you get. So first of all, your application, when it connects to a managed instance logical name, like an instance name, which is like a 4-part name, you're going to be connecting to something called a gateway, which we deploy behind the scenes inside Azure. Think of that as an abstraction point for you, that no matter where your SQL Server instance lives in Azure, we are going to direct your application to that. In this case, what we call a primary replica, where using local disk drives, local SSD drives, your transaction logs, your database files are going to exist, as well as tempdb. And then when you decide you want business critical, behind the scenes, we will deploy automatically. You don't have to declare this. We just do it for you, an always-on availability group with secondary replicas that we keep at least one in sync for failover purposes and one free read replica. So if we had a decision to make behind the scenes, our software working with something called the service fabric, think of that kind of like using Windows failover cluster failover decisions, because that's in sync. And when we do that failover operation, the gateways will abstract into the appropriate new primary replica, and we'll make sure a new secondary replica is spun up. So failover is much faster because we're using availability groups just like you would do today. And of course, accelerated database recovery is on by default. So a failover time is much faster with business critical if that has to happen than a general purpose, because general purpose is more like a failover cluster instance. We're using shared storage, and we have to spin up a new SQL server to point to that. Now notice here at the bottom of this diagram, we're going to follow best practices for disaster recovery. We automate all the backup systems that you need. We automate backing up of the database, differentials, logs, everything in an automated fashion. And we're going to use a separate Azure standard storage You have choices to make it geo-redundant, zone redundant, local redundant, but it's redundant. That's the nice thing. And it's separated from the data and logs. So think about this, just looking at this diagram, we have, by you just declaring you want a business critical service tier, deployed an entire system that's built-in high availability, built-in disaster recovery, with a promised service level agreement for nines in this type of environment. Okay, so let's flip over, talk about migration. Now that you kind of get a feel for what managed instance is, you can find other talks that I've done where I go deeper into the entire managed instance family of what exactly it is, but I'm just giving you a feel for what you get by moving to this. And we'll give you resources at the end also where you can learn more. If you're going to make this migration, we kind of have this idea of phases that we do. And by the way, these phases may be shortcut depending if you know exactly what you want to do. I've got a SQL server. I want to move to managed instance. I know I want business critical. Some of this may be shortcut, but this is the overall idea of migration. And notice these resources at the top left-hand side up there. The ak.ms data migration is our data migration hub. Great resource for getting all the latest up-to-date information about, I have this kind of type source, kind of target I want to go to in Azure. How do I do it? But if you think of these phases, let's kind of break down how discover and assess, I kind of put those together, how you do the actual migration, how you might cut over, and how you might optimize and manage this process. Okay, so it all starts with discovering your sources. Let me just do a quick time check to see where we are here. So how do you do this? How do you discover what you're going to do, assess it, and then decide how to migrate it? Let's first look at overall your source choices, the kind of things you might be choosing, what kind of tools you might use to do both the discover and assessment and the migration piece. So you might have a SQL server somewhere, right? You might have a SQL server in a virtual machine. You might have it on different cloud platforms. It might be somewhere that you have on premises somewhere. And when you do that, you have the data migration assistant and Azure Data Studio available to you to discover these things and assess what will the migration actually look like, including recommendations for potential service tier choices that we just mentioned. Now we have a special source today in preview for VMware scenarios where Azure Migrate as a hub can be used to discover large numbers of SQL servers and assess them and give you recommendations. That's in preview today. It's our intention to make that available for the other sources of SQL servers that you might have in your environment. Today, it works for VMware. If you're going to do the migration process, which could be online or offline, you have choices as well. You can actually use Data Migration Assistant as a tool, a standalone tool to do it, or you can use our Azure Database Migration Service to do it offline or online. And Azure Data Studio, which we're going to show you today, has a new experience to use a database migration service to do even an online or offline migration. Now, it could be that you have other sources like Oracle or DB2, and you'd like to do the same thing. We have another set of tools, one called the SQL Server Migration Assistant, that's going to help you go through that process to discover and assess, and then do a migration as well. Or we have partners, Atuity and Strim, that we partner with that can help you do that as well. That is not the huge focus of today's presentation. I have another slide where I'll talk briefly about that. We have other things that we've presented before and other tools and details you can go research on how to deep dive into if Oracle or say a DB2 is your source and you want to migrate to managed instance. So this is a little bit of the landscape of when you're looking at your sources and you're trying to pick what tool should I use for what scenario. Okay, when you are going to make this assessment and you've run some of our tools, you're going to think in terms, do I have any blockers or issues to do the migration? And it usually comes down to T-SQL differences. Is there a difference in a T-SQL, like a feature of SQL Server or a language thing I'm using that might cause this? And our tools are designed to help flag those for you. You address them before you make the migration, or you say, it's okay, it's no big deal, I want to make the migration anyways. And again, here's a shortcut to go look and see what some of those minute differences are. I've already told you, though, there are many features for Azure SQL Managed Instance, like agent or replication or service broker, that all work quite well at the instance level. And so some of this may not be an issue at all, depending on what you're using in your SQL Server environment. And then you want to know what that right service tier is for you. Like, what kind of storage needs do you have? What kind of HA, DR needs do you have? What are your resource limits that you might choose? And what kind of cost would this be? And our tools can help you assess your workload and help make that decision easier for you. Or you might decide you can just read up in the documentation and know this is what's right for my workload. And then you may be thinking today, Bob, this is really interesting, but I want a super fast lift and shift to the cloud. We have deadlines to meet. We need to just know I can take a SQL server and go right to Azure. Azure Virtual Machine may be a choice for you. In fact, it may be a bridge for you or a landing place. So we have tools actually to help you take an entire VM and just move it into Azure and run SQL Server as is, connect to it. And then at some point later time, you might use our other tools that I'm showing here today to move that SQL Server and Azure VM to a managed instance, because you want to take advantage of those platform as a service capabilities. Okay, so there's some other planning I think you should consider, just kind of a little bit of a checklist for you. And I'll talk about a couple of these. If you've never even spent time in Azure, you should spend time in a little bit of the Azure ecosystem. There's some great training on Microsoft Learn to understand Azure fundamentals. What's a subscription or a resource group, or what we call Azure RBAC, rollback access control. Remember, you're moving into the Azure cloud, and it's an infrastructure and a platform managed by Microsoft. No matter how you're running things, there are things about Azure you need to understand on how you're going to log into this thing, and money on it, get your subscription going. So there's a whole set of things to learn about what I call the Azure ecosystem. You need to decide, am I going to do an online or offline migration? And what I mean by that, of course, is that offline could simply be restoring a database or copying your data and taking a little more downtime to switch over to MI, whereas online could be like a cutover. You're going to see we have log shipping type technologies where you can just simply keep changes going into your MI and then do a cutover. It's a very short period of time to make that migration. And then what about your current high availability setup? Do you have a failover cluster instance? Do you have availability groups? Maybe you need to set up and pick a choice in Azure that matches that, or maybe you make a change. Maybe you're doing a failover cluster instance in SQL Server today, but you like the power of availability groups, but you never move to it because you don't want to try to configure and set it up yourself. Notice the business critical service tier is all done for you. So you can make that migration to business critical service tier, and we're going to create an entire replica system for you. You can even go further with something called auto failover groups, where you could use like distributed availability groups to chain these together across regions. Are you ready for versionless? You may be going through the process of patching SQLs today and patching operating systems. You need to keep in mind the fact that we are changing and fixing SQL Server for you. We have something called maintenance windows, which are nice that you can control that, but we also have updates that we apply here and new enhancements. So you want to get ready for a world where you see things on a more quicker basis. So what about your authentication requirements? Is SQL Server authentication something you still use? Do you use Windows authentication? We have something called Azure Active Directory authentication you can use. Make sure you understand, like, when I make this move, how my users going to get authenticated to log into SQL Server? And don't forget to test your toolbox. Forget to test your toolbox. What do I mean by that? It's one thing to point your application to a managed instance. What about all the scripts and tools and things you've built over the years to manage and monitor your SQL Server? Don't forget to test those things. But here, I've got some good news for you. Things like DMVs and X events, all that kind of type stuff just work with managed instance. So all those things should be compatible, but don't forget to make sure you test those. And I would always set up what I call a jump box. Azure SQL Managed Instance is built to run inside a virtual network that you can connect into. And so I try to create a Azure virtual machine always in that virtual network that I can remote desktop into. And at any point in time, examine what's going on with my managed instance without having to connect with, say, Management Studio across the internet or something, which is possible to do from a public endpoint point of view. Network environment involved, I always create that jump box VM. And then how do you connect into the network? We just mentioned those possibilities. Do you have another virtual network? Are you going to take your on-premises network and connect them together? We have certain requirements you have to meet, and we have documentation to go through that process. And then finally, how do you migrate your application? How do you point now your app to this new managed instance? And we have certainly guidance for how to go do those kind of things. And where's your app going to live? Some people make the jump of migrating the app into the cloud as well as their database in the managed instance. Okay, let's look for a second here. I've got a recorded demo where I'm going to show you the experience, the new Azure Migrate experience to discover SQL servers running in VMware. And again, we're going to expand this to other environments. So you may go look at a bunch of SQL servers in your environment. You may want to go take a look and see, what do I have? What's the inventory of these things? And then how do I go further with this? So this is a preview that we started here this past spring. And when you do this, you're going to go to an option here to pick Discover and Assess and Migrate Windows, Linux, you can even do Linux, and SQL servers together. I'm Discover and Assess SQL servers from a VMware environment. And part of this process, what you're going to do is to set up what's called a VMware appliance. When you run that, it's going to assess your environment and give you this kind of experience in the portal where you can see, what did you discover? How many servers did you find? How many servers are running SQL Server? What operating systems were they running? And then drill into an inventory of different instances of SQL Server. How many cores are they running? How much memory are they running? What's the storage look like? And then when you go through that process, you kind of maybe want to assess specific instances to see what is this going to look like. So you can pick assess here. And we're going to give you, first of all, summarizations of things we found. Which ones are ready to go for SQL MI, for managed instance? Which ones are ready to go for maybe VM? Which one maybe should you use? What Azure SQL option is best for you? And even look at this, potential cost estimates. Now, how do we know that? Because we're going to go look at the resources you're using on premises and then give you advice on maybe what service tier, you can see that on that screen here, could be best for your workload running on that instance. You know, we're going to take the ability to go monitor your workload, not look at your data, just monitor the performance of your SQL Server and say, oh, for your certain IO needs, maybe general purpose is perfect for you, right? Or maybe the way you've got your HA set up, general purpose is fine for you. And the resource limits that come with general purpose could meet the needs of your app. And if you want to even drill further, this is what I really love. We're going to give you even more information about that. Here's what we discovered. Cores, CPU utilizations, memory utilizations, and then cost estimates. So now you know that if you make this migration, here is an estimated monthly cost to use this managed instance based on your current usage today of your SQL Server. So I love the fact that we're not just showing you the usage you have on premises, but what is the potential monthly cost if you're going to make this change? Now, if your app changes, it could go up further, but it's a way to give you that guidance. Now, notice here, it's not ready for Azure SQL database. It's ready for MI, but not database. Why is that? That's because in this case, we found some issues of what you're using. Notice here in this case, it's Service Broker. Service Broker is not supported for Azure SQL database, but it is supported for managed instance. And if you had other things that you found that are warnings that caused issues for managed instance, we would show you then there. Again, you could address them or address them at another point in time. So we think the Azure Migrate experience is kind of the central way going forward that we're going to give you a one-stop shop to discover, assess, and even eventually migrate your SQL Server databases from Windows or Linux to managed instance, VM, or even Azure database. Okay, let's talk a little bit further here. Let me get going to the next slide. Okay, let's talk about the actual migration process. So I talked about discover and assess. What are the options for actual migration? So number one, you can just store a backup. Did you know that a SQL Server today is compatible to restore as a backup into managed instance? I would consider that an offline process. Azure SQL Managed Instance does not offer you direct access to the file system, but has access to Azure storage based on certificates you can set up. So you can take a backup, put that back into Azure storage, blob storage, and then go to managed instance and restore it from the blob storage. Now, you can't go the other direction. You can't take a backup today from managed instance and restore it back down to SQL Server. It's a one-way street, but it is an easy way to get started on just testing managed instance or doing an offline migration. Azure Database Migration Service is offered offline or online. You have the ability to kind of automate the process now to do this offline backup scenario or even do an online migration. Log Replay Service is a new feature we just announced using PowerShell, where you can do an online migration using a combination of Azure storage and log shipping technologies. So now all of a sudden, we will automate the process of restoring backups and log backups, and then you can do a cutover, just like if you were setting up your own log shipping environment. And then we've just announced public preview for an inline migration experience with Azure Data Studio. So those are kind of the options you have to do the steps of actual migration. Now, some other thing you should know. You can use other technology. You could use data migration assistant or even replication. You could set up managed instance as a subscriber. You can do both copy operations or use an Azure Data Factory. So those things all work. I'm showing you on the left-hand side here what's more normal to do a more seamless migration of the entire instance and database. And DMS can actually migrate things like logins, agent jobs, and SSIS packages. Anything else, though, at that point that's instance level, you would need to script out and manage migrating that into managed instance. And then, of course, I've already talked about this, that the tools can help you. It's super important you choose your deployment option, which again is general purpose or business critical service tier per your resource needs or per the RTO and RPO needs of your organization. Don't forget, you can make a change. Because we've done a more automated way, you may using failover cluster instance today in SQL Server and decide I would like replica-based systems. It's a lot easy to make that change because you don't have to configure all that environment. Now let me stop for just a second and look at the comment window and see if there's a lot of questions. There are probably like a boatload of questions here. Let's see here. Okay. Can you explain, somebody asked, can you please explain what are authentication requirements? What I mean by that is, are you going to use SQL authentication to log into SQL Server? Are you going to use Azure Active Directory? Those are the two options you have today. So you got to keep in mind, SQL Auth is still supported, but if you want a more integrated approach, you'd use Azure Active Directory. How does SQL MI support cloud bursting scenarios, scale on-premises SQL Server instance to Azure? So today with Azure SQL Managed Instance, once you get there, you have core choices, vCore choices. So you pick the number of cores you want and you pay for those cores. We don't auto scale that, but you can scale it. So if you start with 16 cores for your application, you can very simply declaratively say, I'd like 16 more, and then we will create the necessary deployment operations behind the scenes to make that work. But remember, we also in our tools look at your application workload if you choose to use that option and can assess what is the right vCore workload, maybe per what your current app does. If you want to migrate to a lower infrastructure requirement or back to on-premises data centers, is that possible? So you can't migrate back using like database backups or even these online scenarios. So if you want to make that migration to Azure SQL Managed Instance using database backup technology or log shipping type technology, there's not a way to go back. Obviously, if you use copy operations that I mentioned over here, you can always go back. And when you mean by a lower infrastructure requirement, you can always take a SQL server at a lower core level or resource level and go to a higher managed instance level. But again, what we recommend you do is kind of align what those resource limits should be with what you're doing and then plan accordingly. Maybe you want to go ahead and upscale and maybe scale up things when you're making them managed. We call that kind of a refactoring, right, type operation, or just go with the choices that we have in line for you, and then you kind of scale from there. Let's see here. Any other questions? SQL Managed Instance GP is not for prod workloads, and the support SLA is also different than SQL BC. Can you please clarify on this? So Parth, I don't believe that's a true statement. We have many customers using SQL Managed Instance for general purpose production workloads. And we have an SLA still that matches that. It's not the same as business critical, obviously. So again, let's make sure we clarify here. If you need a shared storage failover cluster-like instance environment and the resource limits and IO needs line up for you, you can fully use this in production. We still have the whole auto backup scenarios all work for both service tiers. Business critical is more for low latency. You're going to get a better IO throughput because we're using local storage for that. You get MMLTP, and you, of course, get replicas. You get a free read replica, and recovery for failover is going to be faster because we're using a replica design. But we have several customers using production workloads for general purpose. Does SQL Insights have any alerting mechanisms for SQL agent job failures on managed instance? Today, I'm not aware of SQL Insights providing that kind of a learning mechanism today. You would need to set up, but database mail, by the way, works with agent jobs. So you could set up alerting systems with database mail just like you do that today in SQL Server. Does SQL Insights, okay, that's another question. That's the same question. Yeah, so SQL Insights does not offer that kind of alerting for agent job failures, but you still have the ability to do that with database mail. Okay, let's keep trucking on here a little bit. So let's talk about the online migration strategy and kind of how that works. So what do we do behind the scenes when you're doing this online migration? So you have an on-premises environment, you have a cloud network with managed instance and a subnet. So what's going to happen is you're going to set up an SMB network share that you're going to give access to the database migration service to be able to pull backup files. So you're going to set up an automated backup strategy to take your database backups and log backups and feed those to an SMB network share, okay? So you're going to continuously do this. We are automatically going to recognize that share, and we'll look at the backups that are in there and just start copying those to Azure Blob Storage automatically. And then we'll start restoring those to a managed instance database. So you're going to see the managed instance database be in a restoring state as we do this online migration. This is very similar if you did this yourself with log shipping in SQL Server. You don't say you're going to use log shipping. We don't even support the general log shipping feature with this. We are using that technology behind the scenes to make this work. And then what's going to happen at some point, as you've done these log backups, you're going to be ready to do like a cutover. And when you do that cutover, you will simply back up the final tail of the log backup, just like you would do today. You would signal to us, I've done that, put it in that share, and say, I'm ready to cut over. We'll copy that tail of log up, we'll restore it, and then we'll mark the database for recovery, and then you can now point your application into the managed instance database. It's very similar to an online backup restore process, again, if you use log shipping within SQL Server today. So this new log replay service is interesting because it's a very similar technology using logship type technologies, but here's what's kind of nice about it is that it's a little more automated in a way that you can do a continuous sync of this using PowerShell, and it's perfect for the Azure VM to MI migration scenario. See, with Azure Virtual Machine today, you may be already backing up your logs to Azure Blob Storage. That's a common practice. So if you're already doing that, why not just take advantage of the backups already there, start the log replay service system, and just start feeding them into managed instance. And then when you're ready to do a cutover, you just signal to us in PowerShell, I'm ready to cut over, because we already have the backups we need, and boom, you start pointing your app over and you're online now with managed instance. Log replay service is very specific today to managed instance, whereas DMS can be used for VM or even Azure database. Okay, let's look a little bit at this online migration scenario for a second. This is another recording that I have here. It should start, I believe. Now, what I'm doing is I've got a database. Notice it says it's SQL 16. You can do older versions of SQL Server if that wasn't obvious by right now. And I've backed up a full backup of my database to an Azure storage. You can see here, right here, an Azure storage account, right? So when I do that, I'm going to flip over to the Azure Cloud Shell, and I'm going to kick in and initiate a command to start a log replay service in this particular case. So I kick this off, and it kind of runs a job to start the LRS service of doing a log replay. So you can see here, it's a PowerShell command to do this, and I'm running in this thing, starting the instance log replay, and I'm doing something called autocomplete. And what that means is that when the service sees that actual backup name, because I'm predicting what I'm going to call it, when that shows up, do an automatic online operation. So basically, I'm telling it, in this case, a way to test this, do a cutover automatically for me when you see that backup. And so in this MI instance that I have right here, there are databases that are starting to be restored. The one that I just picked you because I started this service will show up here in the portal. You see right here in a restoring state. And then when I finally go back over here to my management studio, the idea being is that I know I predicted and I already knew by planning the name of my tail log backup. So I'll just simply go do that. I'll simply go, oh, I know this less log backup I should be doing. Here's the name of it. Once I do this, the log replay service is automatically monitoring the blob storage account to look for that name, and it detects it. And once it does it, it says, oh, okay, I will go online for you. Because all it did is automatically copy the log, restore into Azure SQL Managed Instance, and then do the cutter, mark it for recovery. We're back up the line, and you can point now to your Azure SQL Managed Instance. But you may be asking yourself, well, that's just really interesting for like one database. What if I had like 10 of these or 100 of these? Well, look here. In this case, I have 10 databases. I want to do it all at one time. So I'm backing up all 10 databases into a separate folder. None of these are separate folders here for Azure SQL Managed Instance. I'm going to do all this. And then I'm going to go back over to the Cloud Shell and use a different option. Similar PowerShell commandlets that are involved here to try to go do the same thing. I'd like all 10 of these to be put online, backed up and restored asynchronously, all at one time. So I'm going to start another one. Notice there are going to be like 10 jobs that are going to kick off, all going and starting to run a log replay service for each 10 databases. And just run it as a job. So I'm not telling the service what to look for, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back up the log for each of these databases, and then I'm going to come back and tell it do a cutover for me. So I'm going to do a more controlled way of cutting over when my application is ready. So I can now come back over to Management Studio. I can then say, hey, I'd like to go ahead and back up a log for all of these myself, which is in this case the tail of the log, because that's the last thing I need to do. Notice you see here the restoring state for all 10 databases has happened. They're not available yet because I haven't done my cutover. So what I need to do now is kind of go back over to my Management Studio and pick and choose the log backups that need to occur for each of these databases. And when I do that, so I'll go over and pick, these are all the backups I want. Again, they're log backups, a backup log for all 10 databases. I'm going to kick this off, and it's going to go to the same Azure folders as I put the full backup into. But when I'm done, I can go back over to the Cloud Shell, and I can tell the log replay service with a different PowerShell command, hey, I did this. I'm ready to do a cutover, and I'd like these all to come online. So you're going to see another script, and all this is in the GitHub repo, these scripts I use to do this. If you can try it yourself in Bob SQL demos. So I'm going to go complete it, and notice here another set of PowerShell scripts kick off, and it's called complete as SQL instance. So if you look at it, you can see it's a different PowerShell command to tell the log replay service, I'm done. I don't need to do anything further here for my migration. Here's an example of one of those. So I'm telling it, hey, here's the instance name, here's the database name, and this is the backup I just put out there. That's the one you should restore. You should copy it from the Azure Blob Storage. I've already put it in Azure Blob Storage now. I just need you to take the one in Azure Blob Storage and restore that to managed instance. And I'm doing that for all 10. And then at a period later, and I kind of fast cut, it's a few minutes here, but I kind of time shortcut that. You see here, they're all online. You can do up 100 of these at once. So if you have a ton of databases in your SQL server that you want to do an online mass migration to managed instance, and I think we're going to keep increasing that number, you can do that with these technologies. So that's an example of the log replay service. Okay. Let's, So let's look a little bit here. Oh, sorry, there's one other thing I want to show you. I apologize for that. I just want to show you just briefly the result of doing an Azure Data Studio migration. So I have over here a virtual machine where I've got Azure Data Studio using the new inline experience, and I've got a local SQL server. So what I did is I used Migrate to Azure SQL Wizard to go set up my Azure account. My managed instance is already deployed, and I pointed to a local SQL server. And I said, hey, I got a database I want to migrate, and this is the result. What happened was, in the Wizard, it's a similar experience like the log replay service, except we're using DMS behind the scene. So in this case, what I did is I went to the Wizard and I told it, here's that SMB share that we talked about. Here's my local network share. Here's where I'm going to put my backups. And I'm just going to start doing backups. I'm going to say, start doing the migration. So you notice here, a database got restored. And then I told it, I need to do a cutover. And when I said I needed a cutover, it said, okay, have you backed up the log to that share? I said, yes. And when I pick cutover, it now automates the rest of that operation. It takes the final log backup, restores it to MI, and brings me online. And the final result of that is over here in Management Studio, is this right here. Here's the local SQL server, but you can see here is the new managed instance, and it has that same database. Here's the database that I had before. Here's the database for my local SQL server right here. And I made that migration over using Azure Data Studio. So you see, I've got a couple of options for you to do a migration. Now, you're going to want to know when this is done, how to optimize things. And so we're going to talk about that in a second. Let's first talk about Oracle migrations. Let me get back over here to the deck. Let me get back over here to the deck. Let's bring this back up and go to the next screen. Just briefly about Oracle, I already mentioned that SQL Server Migration Assistant is a great tool to do this migration. There's even a data access migration toolkit to help you with your application. So we are continued to actually invest in this space. And we're doing a really good job, I believe, to help customers make that decision to move from Oracle into Azure Virtual Machine or into Azure SQL Managed Instance. And then we partner with Atuity and Strim for more zero downtime options for you to make that migration. So those exist out there today. Go look for SQL Server Migration Assistant or these third-party tools if that's the path you're going down. Now, lastly, the one thing we should cover here is we should cover, what do you do now? You made the migration. Is there anything else to do in this point? And I would say, here are some pieces of advice for you. Number one, did the service tier meet your needs? Do you need more cores? Do you need to tune files for general purpose? In general purpose, since it's an Azure storage, you can actually do some tuning of the number of files and size of files to boost I/O performance. We have guidance on exactly how to do that. And notice that changes can take a little longer with managed instance than they do with Azure Database. So if we're going to make that service tier change, it is best to get it right first. Again, you still can change it, so the time it takes to make the change could be longer when you go to managed instance. But you need to evaluate to decide, based on monitoring your performance, did the right service tier meet your needs, both for perf and for HA? What about the latest DB compat levels? So remember, DB compat levels are completely supported in managed instance, just like SQL Server. So you might have made a migration from SQL Server from a lower DB compat level, say with SQL 16 or 17, and made a migration one-to-one to managed instance. But you might want to light up new intelligent query processing capabilities, which exist in the cloud. So to do that, you would go to the latest DB compat levels. So consider that as part of your optimization. And then what about your new monitoring strategy? Remember, D&B's X-Event Query Store, all there for you. But as somebody alluded to in one of their comments, you have the access to something new called Azure Monitor SQL Insights. Think of like a perfmon, monitoring your managed instance along with other Azure SQL assets. So you might consider setting that up as well. Currently under preview, great technology. I've demoed that several times before for customers across Azure SQL assets. And then think about this. What about security? Do you have the right network security? Do you have the right Azure rollback controls put in place? Maybe you need to use Azure Active Directory now, or configure things like Azure Defender for a SQL. And then what about on space management? You do not place files on physical storage of managed instance. Don't worry anymore about performance optimizations, because where you're putting files, we handle that behind the scenes for you. But notice here that the maximum storage is the instance storage for managed instance. You pick a possible max storage, that's what you're paying for, and you use within that. So you have a certain limits that you have depending on how many cores you pick and so forth. So you have this possible instance, you pay for that, kind of like a disk drive, and then you use within that instance storage. That's for all databases there. And then notice this about availability. We have something called maintenance windows. So you can choose when updates are applied actually in your environment. And maybe you want to do long-term backup retention. Did you know that you can set up 10 years worth of backups and have that automatically done with an Azure? You're going to pay for the backup storage, but then you can do point-in-time restore anytime you want with that. You may need a different redundancy for backups. Geo-redundant is kind of the default, but maybe because of compliance reasons, it needs to be locally redundant or even zone redundant. And then you have the ability to manually back up in addition to the auto backup system using copy-only backups. You can take any managed instance backup and do a copy-only backup to Azure storage, and then use that for whatever purposes you want, testing, other types of DR scenarios, things of that nature. And then notice this one, system databases are part of AG replicas. Yay, SQL agent jobs are part of business critical failovers. Oh my gosh, yes, you don't have to worry about those system databases. We've engineered within managed instance the ability for anything you put in an instance to be pulled over when a failover occurs, either general purpose or business critical. And then we have something called auto failover groups, where you can actually extend your current environment to another region and have another business critical service tier running over there. So using distributed availability groups to do that. And we can set up and configure for that to be auto failover capabilities across that. And then test how to use point-in-time restore. There's a point-in-time restore interfaces with the portal or through PowerShell commands to pick and choose how long and how often and when far back you want to do that point-in-time restore. You could combine that with things like auditing to maybe go pick a deleted database or a drop table to decide how to do that. And here's just a couple of things you should know. Full recovery databases are the only thing we support. We need that to meet our SLAs for you. You cannot do simple or bulk log recovery databases. And then there's some application impact. Something called DNS aliases you should take a look at. That could help abstract you from connection strings to connect into managed instance. Don't forget to look at your retry logic for your application. Customers always seem to miss that when they're making this migration, or possible new error messages that are different from SQL Server. So there's a couple of things you should know that are limitations that I just want to make sure you're aware of. You cannot do PowerShell command job steps today for SQL agent. That's something we're looking at, but you cannot do that today. You cannot restart the instance. You do not have the power just to go into Management Studio and stop SQL Server and restart it. That might avoid helping us meet your SLAs. You can manually fail it over. We limit how often you can do that, but if you need to test a failover, we allow you to do that. And then anything that requires file system access goes to Azure Storage. X events, auditing, anything you're used to doing at a local file level, you got to use Azure Storage for that. And then there's no startup parameters available to you, no alter server configuration, and limited trace flags. Now, it may seem limiting to you. We don't believe you need any of those things to make managed instance successful. And again, if we let you do some of those esoteric things, it could mess up the ability for us to allow you to meet your SLA. Anytime I present that, I always ask customers to email me at bobward@microsoft.com on something that's there that we don't have a managed instance that you think you still need. And I've yet to run into anybody who's emailed me that I haven't convinced you don't need what some of those options actually look like. Okay, we're just here out of time. So I'm just going to briefly just show you, if you've not seen this before, what does a managed instance kind of look like in the portal? This is the one I migrated right here. And you notice here's my database. And just to quickly show you what's really cool and possible with the cloud, a couple of things. Number one, you may want to go in and change the service tier, whether it's general purpose or business critical or how many cores you want. You can do it from the portal. And don't forget about Azure Hybrid Benefit. If you've got existing SQL licenses, you can save money by applying those to your deployment. And then also, I thought you might want to see the security stuff. Now, this is really great technology. This is Azure Defender. And notice its ability to scan and look at my Azure SQL managed instance and give me advice about some things maybe I need to do to my managed instance environment. So I love this kind of technology. Right now, I don't have anything that's happened here. But notice here that I can do things like, if I bring this up correctly, go back to here. I can do things in the security center, like look for possible incidents and alerts like injection attacks that might have occurred against my system. So you want to go look at backups. Here's your whole backup. You can take a look at retention policies to do things at a longer thing. The portal offers you all sorts of options, but you also have a way to do this always through as commands or through PowerShell. Okay, I want to make sure you know, as we're finishing off today, that it's not like I'm just talking about this. We actually have customers that have been successful with this. Either they've done a migration to managed instance straight from SQL Server, and they've reduced cost or seen production or performance benefits, or maybe they have a mixed environment where they're using VM, like H&R Block, and managed instance. Sometimes that's a bridge for them. Or even folks like MCS, who now that they've moved into the cloud have discovered different Azure services like Azure Data Factory or machine learning or Power BI or whatever it is to integrate with managed instance, because now they're in the cloud. It opens up all sorts of possibilities that they didn't have before when they ran SQL Server in their own environment. So I think we've kind of summarized, or I'll summarize for you what we've really done today, that SQL Server managed instance is the best of SQL Server with a managed instance in the cloud. And it has all the instance capabilities you need, compatible language, tools, options for you. And that process of discovering, assessing, migrating, and optimize is the right way to go through. Even if you've got a single SQL instance, you're going to managed instance, or you've got thousands of SQL servers. And we continue to evolve and iterate on the tools that you need. And then finally, here are those resources I promised you. Here's the deck and the pointer to the deck and the demos. Some great resources for learning. Don't forget Azure SQL Fundamentals, free training with a free Azure Sandbox to go learn it. You can look at our popular SQL workshops on GitHub, our migration hub, or even if you really are interested in seeing a lot of videos, Azure SQL for Beginners, Anna Hoffman and I have done a lot of videos to talk about Azure SQL. And then our Data Expose show. This is a great way to keep up to date with the latest of what's going on in technologies like managed instance. And then what would be a session without a plug for a book? I wrote this book called Azure SQL Revealed over the last year. It's got a lot more information than even I showed today about Azure SQL VM, Azure SQL Database, and managed instance, all from the eyes and lens of somebody who's worked with SQL Server for many years. Simon, crazy. I'm going to leave this resource slide up. Maybe you could, I don't know if you still can show it. I guess you're showing something else now. I don't know if you also want to show the resource slide a little bit. But yeah, just flip it up again real quick to make sure somebody can get a screenshot of that or a picture of that. Great resources for you out there. And I really enjoyed being part of your show today.
Thank you so much, Bob. As always, it was absolutely great. And also we can see from the comments, people really loved it. The comments won't stop coming. We still have a couple of minutes from next session. Maybe let's take a couple of questions.
Sure. Let's see here. Simon, which one why don't you pick and choose what I should answer? How's that sound?
All right, let's do it. It's not scripted. All right. He's asking, Isar Ahmed is asking how long it takes to upload 100 gig data, for example. Also, what happens when there is a network issue while I'll be running backup?
Yeah, thanks for asking that, Raj. So your ability to upload a database backup is dependent, obviously, on your connection to Azure. And there's different ways you can get a very, very nice connection to Azure, whether it's through ExpressRoute. We even have things like Azure Box, Data Box, where if it's a very large database and you need to get those things in Azure storage, you can actually ship a system to Microsoft in a very secured way to get those things in the cloud. So your ability to push forward a backup file is just all dependent on your ability and how fast you can connect to Azure, and Azure itself offers options for that.
All right. So there's when you did talk about how you can also migrate from other databases, right? Junil did ask, maybe you can answer the first part. Hi, Bob, can we create an Oracle DB from backup in Azure?
Yeah, you cannot. You can do that with Oracle. Oracle offers options with Azure for virtual machine to do Oracle in Azure, but you can't take a backup from Oracle, a native Oracle backup, and restore it into SQL Server. You would need to use our SQL Server Migration Assistant to get not only your schema, your scripts, your procedures, and it's quite good at that, by the way, and your data into the cloud. And you might decide to do the data part in the cloud itself. You might get those Oracle files in some native exported way into the cloud and then make that transition. But yeah, we don't support taking a native Oracle backup and putting it into SQL.
Okay, let's say final question, and this is, I believe, the beauty of Azure SQL. Maybe you'd like to answer it. If it's versionless, can we expect the latest version of SQL being used or available?
Boy, Simon, you got a tough crowd here, right? So yeah, as it turns out, we're always iterating on SQL Server in general, right? We're always innovating and making great advancements there. And so it is true that for the most part, when it makes sense, we innovate in SQL Server first in Azure SQL. That's where it shows up, and then eventually lands into the next major version of SQL Server. And we're always talking about when should we do the next major version of SQL Server. So stay tuned. You never know when I'll show up somewhere and start talking about that. But yes, you can always count on the latest version of SQL Server when it makes sense. Like SQL Server on Linux enhancements wouldn't show up there, but core engine functionality is generally put in the cloud first, and then it makes its way into SQL Server.
All right, so I think Bob, the more you stay, the questions will just keep on coming, and we'll have to move to the next session. Santosh says, "Thanks, Bob. Awesome session. Your slides have many information for us to learn." Glad he.
Thank you for those kind words. Thanks for those kind words.
Everyone's saying, "Great session." Thank you so much, Bob. That was absolutely great session. Any final thing you want to plug in?
I just want to plug in, Simon, that for you, that's my plug. That I really have got to know you a little bit over the last year or so since we've been on this virtual world.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a day we'll see each other in person. But thank you so much for putting all your heart and energy and people helping you to make this event possible, all the events you do possible, because without you doing that, the community wouldn't get access to a lot of different people, speakers like myself, resources like this. So my plug is for you. Thank you again so much for putting this together.
Thank you so much, Bob. I really appreciate, we do it for community. It's for free. There's no way we can pay back for all that you have done for us. And the entire Azure SQL team, I always say they're one of my favorite, very community driven across the entire ecosystem of Azure, if I compare. So thank you so much, Bob. As always, I'd love to have you back, maybe in person. And yeah, have a nice week ahead. Ta-ra. Bye. Take care.
Bye, everyone. Thank you again.
All right, with that absolutely amazing Bob joining us from Texas, we now move back to India. And for our next session is Liji Thomas. Liji Thomas is a manager, modern application development, and Velorum. I always mess up with the company name. I don't know why. It's Velorum Reply. So she's going to talk about Let's Chatbot using Azure AI. So let's welcome Liji to Cloud Summit 2021. Hi, Liji. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hi, Simon. How are you doing? And it's Velorum Reply. It's how many sessions we've done together. But always happy to be back with you on the same stage.
All right, I'll just record it and give it somewhere. It's Velorum Reply. I'm going to mess it. I'm sorry. So it's very late at your place, Liji, almost like 10:30, right?
It is 10:30 p.m. and I'm like all pumped up to do my next session. Yes.
Yeah, that's great, Liji. So I know I'm already 3 minutes in your session. So please feel free to go ahead and share screen, and then we will do chit chat towards the end.
Absolutely.
And everyone who's watching, this session is on Let's Chatbot using Azure AI. If you have any question, please feel free to drop them in the chat, and we will answer them towards the end of the session. Liji, I've added your stream to this screen to the stream. Everybody can see it, and next 25 minutes is all yours.
Thank you, Simon. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, folks, wherever you're joining from. And thank you for taking time to join this session on chatbots using Azure AI. This will be a 30-minute session, so let's dive in. A little introduction myself. My name is Liji Thomas. I'm a technical manager with a company called Velorum Reply. We're based out of Kansas City in the US, and I work from their beautiful city of Kochi, which is in South India. And that's where you can find me online. So about the session itself, because we come from various backgrounds, want to take a step back and give a little precedence of what conversational AI is, why conversational AI, and how to go about conversational AI, which probably going to be the key takeaways for the session. So we look at a little bit about the background of AI and conversational AI very quickly before we move into the technical details of the conversational AI landscape, the Azure bot service, a little bit of Azure Cognitive Services before we finally open it up for Q&A. So the story thus far. So our industry has really come through a lot in the last couple of decades, moving from the PC era to the internet era, the mobile era, and now what they call the industry 4.0 artificial intelligence era. And AI, but as you think about it, is not quite new, though there are interchangeably names that have been used around AI and machine learning and deep learning as such. If you look at the timeline below, you see that the earliest forms of AI date back to even the 1950s and the 1960s, which means that AI is not a new field, or chatbots or conversational AI is also not a new field. It's just gaining relevance these days. So the question is perhaps why? So how is AI programming different? Let's try to answer that first. There are a lot of different ways we can put this, but simply put, AI programming is about teaching machines, and it's not about instructing machines, which is what we do in traditional programming. A traditional programming paradigm is about structured programming or rule sets or instructions that are given to machines. And AI programming is all about teaching machines. Machines are supposed to learn from us. So you kind of throw clues out there as to why this was not possible in all those years that preceded. So, one, we did not have the kind of data at those times to teach the machines. Obviously, for machines to feed on data, it requires a lot of data, and that was not available during those days. It also required a lot of computational power, which obviously, again, was not available during those times. And most importantly, we needed advanced statistical models or powerful machine learning algorithms that could feed off this data and the computing power, which again was not available during those times. In flip side, you can really imagine now as to why we have this proliferation of AI as we have seen in the last couple of years. You're right. So the breakthroughs that have been enabling AI is really the breakthroughs across big data, around cloud computing, and around powerful algorithms. And let's say the stars have aligned in a way that these capabilities have come together, and this has proved the same for conversational AI as well. So the evolution of chatbots follows the same kind of spectrum as AI did. So previously, when I started around the computers, it would have been just desktop applications, and then we came the internet, and then we had websites and web applications. Come the mobile era, everyone had smartphones, and anytime you need to get something done, you download an app from the App Store, and that's the way you get stuff done. Now, in the AI era, we talk about chatbots and conversational agents and a lot of other AI systems and programs as well. So let's take a step back and ask ourselves, what exactly is a chatbot, right? Because we hear a lot of fancy names, a lot of glossy terms doing the rounds around conversational agents and virtual assistants and whatnot. So what exactly is a chatbot? A chatbot is a computer program. At the end of the day, it is any other software. The USP is that it simulates human conversation. You can interact with a chatbot just like the way you interact with any other human being. You can interact with it through text, through voice, or maybe through both. Now, that software called the chatbot, you can either incorporate it into an existing application, maybe put it as a part of your website, or you can have it even as a standalone application. Think about Alexa or Siri. Now, what can a bot do, or what all is actually in a bot? What can you do with it? Depends. It depends on what you want out of your business case. You can create a bot for something as simple as maybe setting an alarm, to even booking your dinner reservation or to setting up your dentist appointment. It can answer really simple questions to really sophisticated experiences. The most important question, why chatbots? So why chatbots in an age where you can actually use websites or web applications or smartphone applications? Why would anyone bother to use a chatbot? One, and perhaps most importantly, it feels less like using a computer and more like dealing with a person. The experience is what you pay for. Think about it. Historically, and even prehistorically, humans have used conversation to most naturally and intuitively interact with one another. Our capability for storytelling and interactions have been the most natural form of communication that we have ever known. Now, when we invented machines like computers, we were limited to zeros and ones to be able to communicate with the machines and tell it what to do. And then came the era of GUI, and then we had more. We moved away from command language to what started off as DOS programming language. We moved away to object-oriented programming languages, and we had, even from the consumer perspective, the users started asking for more natural sort of interfaces. Today, to be able to interact with a machine, the users or the humans do not need to learn the language of the computer. You do not want to have to remember all the 100 buttons, where to click, which link to go to, which app to download from the phone. You can talk to technology the way you talk to your family, friends, and community. And that user experience is probably going to be the killer feature for conversational agents. Top it with the fact that it is available 24/7. It does not take PTOs. It is available for immediate response. It does not get tired. There is a reduced cost of it. Obviously, the initial investment of creating a chatbot being good enough, over the time, the return of investment will definitely pay off. You can reach new channels, like you have audience over Facebook or Twitter or Slack. You can deploy a chatbot there. And overall, it increases your engagement. So here's a look at the history there. If you thought that Alexa and Siri and the bots that we are creating today were actually the new bots or the new kids on the block, 1966, you had a bot called Eliza, and from there you had several bots down the years. Even futuristically, if you look at the trends, the market trends show that this is a very promising technology, and it's got a lot of scope in the coming years. One of the statistics say that around 95% of customer transactions will be powered by AI-powered bots by 2025. So if that gets you excited, you might also be interested to know that several brands and companies have already jumped on this bandwagon. You have most of the major brands in the world today already have a conversational AI strategy. You look at Domino's, you look at Sephora, you look at Hyatt or Marriott. They all have a chatbot as part of their brand strategy. And this is not limited to any specific kind of organization, even small scale, large scale organizations, medium enterprises, retail, healthcare, travel, any domain, the ones on the cloud, on the premises, irrespective of what kind of a business model you have, a chatbot could help you with your domain. Now, there are also some interesting case, very innovative chatbots, if you used one of these. So Rose Intelligence is a chatbot that helps with recruitment. So this is a Rose Intelligence is a chatbot that helps lawyers research on all the data that is required for them to present their cases for the clients. Tara is a recruitment chatbot that helps with recruitment. So it helps match the correct candidate to the correct JD using its software. Wobot is a bot that was created using the principles of CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy. It's a much researched field in clinical depression. So patients who go through that, deal with that, they chat with Wobot. And that is the kind of impact that Wobot is having. So as we close out the first phase, debunking a few chatbots myths here. One, chatbots are a new technology. Now we know that's not true. Chatbot is relevant, is developing, but it's definitely not new. And it's not used just for customer service. We've seen a lot of different use cases, and there are still far more innovative cases for chatbots. All bots use AI, not necessarily. Some bots, if you've used chatbots in your life, you know that some of them are deeply scripted. It does not know how to interact or answer questions beyond those 2 or 3 commands that it has been programmed for. Those are rules-based chatbots or scripted chatbots. We have AI chatbots. Chatbots versus humans. This is quite a controversial topic when you say that chatbots are out there to take humans' jobs. Perhaps not. Perhaps chatbots and humans can work together in a same team. Imagine a chatbot who's able to help you offload your work to a chatbot, maybe the first 40% of your work, and you free yourself up to go and do far more creative work, maybe as an employee, maybe as a customer service agent, etc. and chatbots are difficult to build. So here's where I will leave you with that open question. So you can answer for yourself how chatbots are easy or difficult to build. We'll find out. So moving on to the technical aspect, Microsoft has been researching, has been invested in this area for quite a while, and they've been invested in the chatbot area. Satya prophetically having said in the build a couple of years back that human language is the new UI layer and bots are like the new applications. So if you look at Microsoft's offering in this space, you'll see that they have Azure AI services, infrastructure, and tools. Under infrastructure, they have data and compute. If you want to connect the dots with the few slides that we saw, we understood that we needed data and compute for the proliferation of AI, and we have that as part of our cloud. We also have the data, the algorithms that feed on these data and this compute, which is Azure AI services. And for the developer community, we have the relevant tools and technologies that will make efficient use of these. For the sake of this session, we will look at Azure Bot Service and a little bit of Azure Cognitive Service as well. So here's what the bot development lifecycle looks like. If you're from a traditional development background, you might be familiar with SDLC or software development lifecycle. I call this the BDLC or the bot development lifecycle of Azure, and this is what it typically looks like. When you start to build a bot, you plan, and then you build, you test the bot, and when you're happy with what you've created, you publish the bot. You let the world know that this is the endpoint of the bot. After that, you connect the bots, and that's where you deploy the bot to your various mediums or channels, as it's otherwise called. Some of the channels can be Facebook or Twitter or Slack. And then that's where the real work starts. So once the users start interacting with your bot, you get a feel as to what your bot can answer, what your bot cannot. You evaluate that, take insights, track the analytics, go back to your drawing board, again, build, test, publish, connect. Now, why are we saying this story? A good platform should be able to help us with each of these steps that we just saw right now in the BDLC. Azure Bot Service is a platform that is purpose-built for bot development. So if you are someone who's starting to integrate, interested in chatbot development, do check out Azure Bot Service, which provides you all the tools and technologies to build, test, publish, connect your bot to the outside world. And we see how. Let me shift to my demo screen here, and I can probably refresh this again. So I am going to go to portal.azure.com. And if you do not have an Azure subscription today, you can always sign up for your free subscription. And in your free subscription, you will have enough credits to actually try out what we are doing right now. So I'm in my Azure portal, portal.azure.com. The easiest way to do this is to go click create a resource, and you can type bot. The minute you start searching for bot, it will pop out all the resources that are connected. Look for Azure Bot. Now, when I click Azure Bot or when I create Azure Bot, it will ask you for a couple of details, including what is the name of your bot, the location that you want to put it in, the resource group, etc. 3 or 4 fields, hit click and create, and that will take about 2-3 minutes to get your resource ready. So for the sake of time, I have actually created the bot, and I can show you that. So this is one bot that we created, and I've named it the Cloud Summit bot. Now, these are the channels that I was talking about. So off the bat, you can see that there are a couple of channels that are available from Azure Bot Service itself. What I mean to say is, if you have created your bot, it is just a matter of a few clicks or a few configurations that you can directly publish the same source code with zero code changes to these multiple channels. So you can imagine the channels that come out of the box from Azure Bot Service, supported by Azure Bot Service, which includes Alexa, one of the latest channels. We have Skype, Line, GroupMe, Facebook, Outlook, Skype, Telegram, Twilio, Telephony, and you can even create your own channels because the Bot Framework SDK is an open source SDK. It's extensible and customizable. You can create your own channels, and there's an active community behind this. You can even deploy it to Cortana, to Teams, and to web chats. Now, this is what you get out of the box from Azure. You can connect it to channels. You can even test within the web chat itself. So there is a test frame over here wherein you can actually type and interact with your bot. Now, interestingly, I have not done anything with the bot to actually interact with it. And if you're curious as to knowing how we can actually get a working bot into this, let me show you how. So I'm going to switch to my IDE, which is Visual Studio 2019. And you can download templates, bot templates online. So Google out for Visual Studio bot templates, and you can download these templates. And this is one of those templates that I downloaded. So I can show you how I created this bot project. I go to File, New Project. And again, if I search for bot, I get to see a couple of options here. So these bot templates were downloaded and was installed as part of Visual Studio, which is how I get these templates. And I can choose to start with any of these templates, and that's how I have created this template. Now, without having done any code changes, I can actually get this up and running. This is an example of an EcoBot. I used the EcoBot template. And so let me show you what I get out of the box from the EcoBot template. Again, you got to trust me on this. I have made no changes to the source code here. Great. So I have this up and running in my IIS. Another tool that you might want to download is what's called the Bot Framework Emulator. This is also a free tool that is available from Microsoft. You can download and you can test this. What this does is that it helps you locally test your interactions with the bot. Now, we understand that the bot is actually running at localhost 3978. So I connected to my bot that was running at localhost 3978. And this is what I get. So let's try interacting with the bot and let's ask it a couple of questions. So because this is an EcoBot, it doesn't do much. Whatever I tell it, it just echoes back. So I know it's not super helpful, but then you get the idea. You can go into the source code, you can change this code as you'd like, and you can purpose it for your specific use case as you'd like. And when you're happy with the code that you have created, what you can do is you can publish it to Azure just like you would publish to any other web app service. And that's how it would actually land in the Azure bot service. And thereafter, you can continue your testing here. So to come full circle, I'd like to show you that you can really do your entire bot development lifecycle within Azure bot service. You can plan, you can build, you can test, you can publish, and you can deploy and go back and evaluate as well. You can even connect these to your Power BI reports and get analytics on how well your bot is actually performing. So this is just scratching the surface in terms of what's possible with Azure bot service, but there's a lot more. As you would have really realized by now, to add intelligent capabilities to Azure bot service, now you need not create all this ground up or from scratch. That's where we have these intelligent human-like capabilities from Azure. So Microsoft over the years have been researching on a couple of areas, especially around language, vision, search, speech, and decision. And out of those years of research done by Microsoft AI, especially out of Microsoft research centers, they have attained human parity in a couple of fields. Like today, they have human parity in terms of image captioning. The AI software can caption an image almost as good as a human can. Now, what this means is that Microsoft has put all of this engaging research back into their own products, which includes Microsoft Excel and PowerPoint and Word that we are using today. And more so, all the next generation applications of Microsoft have been using these powerful AI services, but they have not stopped with that. They have democratized these AI services and made it available to the developer community so that you and I can actually use these services in creating AI applications. And that's what's called cognitive services. Cognitive services is a family of intelligent services or SDKs that you and I can use as simple APIs that we can call to create applications that can see, that can hear, that can understand the users. So at a very high level, there are 4 major divisions for cognitive services. They follow under vision, speech, language, and decision. And under each of them, you will find a lot of these services. For example, if you want your bot to speak, you can simply invoke the speak recognition. You can convert text to speech. You can use face APIs to identify faces. You can use anomaly detectors to detect anomalies, so on and so forth. So what we are coming to say is that when you look from the outside, what does it take to have an intelligent conversation with a bot? Off the bat, it might seem like a user is asking a question and the bot is giving an answer, right? So from today, you know that what else happens behind the screen. One, the bot needs to understand the user's ask. And after it understands the user's ask, the bot knows what to respond to the user. Now, there are various services that are available from the cognitive services that we can use for the same. To understand the natural language of the humans, there are NLP algorithms, there are NLP services like LUIS. It's called the Language Understanding Service. This is a couple of APIs that you can call into your application. If you want to know what to respond, you can store these answers, question answer pairs. You can store it in a repository called Q&A Maker, which is another cognitive service. So long story short, there are a lot of cognitive services, ready-made, pre-built AI services that you can directly start consuming into your chatbot applications starting today. You do not need to build these from scratch. If you want to do proofreading, you can use Bing spell check. If you want to provide voice support, you can use speech. So what that means is we can focus on the business or the domain knowledge of the bot. If you are interested in building a retail bot or in building a travel bot or a healthcare bot, you can focus on the actual business logic, and all the natural language or the AI related services that are available out there at your disposal can be used to help enhance your bot's capabilities. Again, we are just scratching the surface in terms of what is really possible with this. In fact, we have an entire virtual assistant bot framework from Microsoft, which has got all these advanced capabilities put together, where you can start building really advanced applications using this. Some of the applications that were built using this, for example, if you're interested, if you have Google Assistant today, I encourage you to take a look at this app. It's called the La Liga app. If you're a football fan, it gives you match statistics, it gives you the details of the players who won the latest match, etc. You might be interested in knowing that La Liga had created this assistant in collaboration with Microsoft, and this is available on Google Assistant today. So here we come full circle. As I said, BDLC is possible in Azure by using Azure Bot Service. It helps you to plan, it helps you to build, test, publish, connect, and also evaluate your apps. Before we actually wind it up and open it up for Q&A, I'd like to take a minute to talk about responsible AI. Now, as powerful as these services are, and as we also enter into an era of low code and no code as well, it is important that we take a moment to also talk about building responsible AI solutions, chatbots or other AI solutions that are fair, that are reliable, safe, private, secure, inclusive, and accountable. Because as developers, every single line of code that we write, we are drafting the future for our own communities and our own families, and we have impactful decisions to make for the future. So I hope that gives you a good idea of what conversational AI is, why we need to be interested in this, and how to go about conversational AI. Thank you, and I will be open to taking your questions.
Absolutely great as always. Oh, absolutely great as always, Liji. Let's take some questions. I did like that you covered first what is bot, then you talked about the Azure ecosystem of bot, but then towards the end a plug of responsible AI is absolutely great. Let's see what we have. Can you see the comments? Anything you would like to take? Maybe let's take the first one. Hi Liji, which method we should call when creating proactive messages for Microsoft Teams bot? If not, the app receives 401 authorized response. This is very technical.
Wow, that is almost like a Stack Overflow question.
Let's take. I'm sorry for this one.
Oh boy. So Parth Sony, now this would require a couple of back and forth with regards to what exactly your issue with regards to creating proactive messages for teams, etc. is. But it would take a little more.
That is the first comment I saw and I popped it. Let's take one from Rahul. Thanks for question, Parth. Thanks for question. Really appreciate it. Rahul, could you please help me to understand how web API will be integrated with bot service in Azure?
Oh, absolutely. So you can use a web API with a bot service. It doesn't have to come through any cognitive services. If you remember the cognitive services that we talked about, they are also APIs. So you can use a web API like you use in a typical ASP.NET Core web application. If you've noted the Visual Studio Code that I showed you, it's a .NET Core 3.1 application. So just like you use any web APIs, you can invoke web APIs inside your bot service as well. I'm assuming the web APIs would be containing the business logic or integration to any third-party systems. You can continue to call them as you would call in any ASP, regular ASP end of the day.
Yeah, that makes sense. There's one question. I don't know how you're going to answer this one, but let's take it. Can we create a simple bot like Alexa or Google Home?
That is a very simple question, and I love that question. I'll tell you why, Lalit. So Alexa or Google Home, to just take a step back, there are two kinds of artificial intelligence, right? So the kind of AI that you see in sci-fi movies, the one that scares you, the one that takes over the world, and that's not happening right now, and that will probably not happen for a good future as well. I hope not. What we are seeing right now with all the hype that you're hearing as well is only artificial narrow intelligence, or ANI. That itself is so restricted. It is very specific and very narrow domain. Trust me, from a technologist who builds this, we have to take utmost care in sort of building out or crafting out these experiences. A little here and there, and the whole thing goes haywire. So when you talk about creating a bot like Alexa or Google Home, which has got a very open-ended domain, right? It can answer questions related to anything and everything, and there's a huge team that sits behind that. Not just technologists. You might have psychologists, you might have people from literature, from philosophy, and whatnot, because domain is like so huge. Yes, it will be possible to create that if you have a database of like so many millions of questions and answers and all those backup for yourself. It is possible to create that, but typically we don't do that right now in a commercial sake, because that's all the restrictions that we have.
Definitely makes sense. There's one question coming in from the comments when you did talk about different channels where we can host the chatbots.
Yes.
Isar Ahmad Khan is asking, can we launch a chatbot from ERP like Dynamic 365 and all?
Yes, so D365 itself, if I remember, has got a chatbot capability. Within D365 itself, you have a chatbot capability, but it is always possible to launch a chatbot. So one of the things that you can do is you can even create your own clients. So outside any of the channels that I have mentioned, you can use the chatbot itself as an iframe. If you want to host that somewhere, that is possible. Integration to third-party systems, we've done that. That is possible. So yes, it is possible.
All right. So I think that, as always, if you stay more, Liji, the question will keep on coming, but we'll have to move to the other session. Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
Thank you, team. And thank you, Simon, for doing this. I don't know how you do this. Smiling at this hour of the day. I know because I know what your time zone is. And so kudos to you and the team. And thank you, audience. You've been a fabulous participant.
Thank you so much, Liji. Really appreciate it. I always enjoy hosting you. I think it's the third time hosting in just like in second quarter. I would love to host you more, no doubt.
And Valorum reply. And
Valorum reply. Yeah. I remember that. Good night, Liji. It's very
Thank you. Take care.
See you soon. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye. All right. Now is the time to move to our next session. And our next session is our sponsors, ScriptRunner. I'll definitely play their video. We have been playing a lot of videos. Our next speaker is Heiko. Heiko is going to talk about get rid of recurring Azure management tasks with PowerShell in 5 steps. But before I bring him in, let's play a quick commercial.
ScriptRunner, the #1 for PowerShell management. We get it. You were hoping that PowerShell would save your day, but you figured out that it is not user-friendly for non-experienced colleagues. Managing the increased demand on IT is a growing challenge, and running scripts manually is still very time-consuming and complex. Welcome to ScriptRunner, the #1 for PowerShell management. ScriptRunner runs on PowerShell scripts. It combines everything you need to efficiently manage and automate your complex IT infrastructure. With ScriptRunner, you'll be able to make it easy for your team to perform administrative tasks without any knowledge of PowerShell, have a transparent overview on all PowerShell activities, and most importantly, free up your IT resources for more relevant tasks such as innovation and development. Download your free trial now and unlock the power of PowerShell.
Hi, Heiko. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hi, Simon. Thanks for having me. Thanks for this great introduction video. That's really awesome, I have to say.
I love your t-shirt. Is it AC/DC t-shirt?
Yes, that's my stage outfit. Every session I do, I have to wear my AC/DC shirt. Yeah, that's kind of a tradition for me,
Yeah, that's great. So you're joining us from Germany today?
Yes, absolutely.
So Heiko, I won't take much of your time. I know I'm already 6 months in your session, but if you want to extend it, you know how it works. I'm gonna add your screen to your stream. Everybody can see your screen, and next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay. All right, perfect. Yeah, thanks everybody for joining my session about actually, Azure, PowerShell, and Script Runner. So that's what we are going to cover in this session. So, but before we begin, just another info. If you would like to win a Amazon gift card for $50, or actually two of them, you can still join our raffle. And I'm going to put that link also in the chat in LinkedIn, at least. I think that's what I'm going to get to work. So yeah, we're gonna give it away by the end of tomorrow when the Cloud Summit is going to finish. All right. So yeah, Script Runner, who we are. So we are based in Germany. We are into PowerShell management. So what we are doing is we are simplifying the way you develop, manage, and delegate PowerShell scripts. And what that means, I'm going to cover throughout the session. So that's part of our team. That's me. So you can get in touch with me on LinkedIn, on Twitter, on GitHub, email, phone, good old phone, of course, still there. And we are very much into also supporting the community and people who want to start using PowerShell. And one of the things that we're actually doing is we're giving away a PowerShell poster. It's like the get help for your office wall. It has all the important commandlets. And if you want to get one of these, you can also go to our website and just register. And then we send you actually two of these posters, because it also has a second page where we talk about Script Runner, which nobody cares about, of course, because it's all about learning and using Script Runner in PowerShell in the day-to-day business. That's why we have this poster. So feel free to also get this poster, and it will help you in your day-to-day business when you're using PowerShell. So let's look at the agenda. So first, very quickly, I want to talk about the Azure management tools in general, what is available there. Then we're going to look into, okay, how you can use PowerShell to manage Azure resources. And then we're going to take a look at how you can combine PowerShell with our Script Runner solution to do even more with PowerShell and start automating and delegating tasks to maybe people in help desk or maybe even end users, depending on the use cases. All right. Managing Azure, there are a lot of tools. And sometimes I have the impression that there are new tools coming up every week. And so there is a big variety of tools. And so, of course, they're all having their specialties, or maybe you prefer tools to do things. What we are going to look at in this session is we're going to look at the Azure Cloud Shell, and we're going to look at the Azure PowerShell module to find out, okay, how can this help you to manage your Azure resources? And so before we do that, so maybe one question would be, okay, why the heck should we use PowerShell at all? And I just want to give you a very brief introduction here. I mean, PowerShell has been around for quite some time. It has been invented in 2006. Some people say it has been around much longer. So I captured this in the Viking series. So it looks like there had already been some PowerShell at this age. I don't know. But so it's pretty mature. You can use it interactively. You can use it for writing scripts to automate. It really helps you to automate your recurring tasks and have some consistency in your processes to start really standardizing all the stuff that you're doing. And so to really simplify your IT infrastructure administration. And the great thing about PowerShell also is that, of course, we have Microsoft pushing PowerShell, but we also have many vendors supporting PowerShell. So it's not just about being able to do things in the Microsoft world, which we're going to focus on today, of course, which is Azure. But in general, it's a technology, PowerShell is a technology that helps you to really automate and manage all kinds of services and backend systems. And last but not least, we have a very vital and great worldwide community that also helps with using PowerShell. So if we look at the PowerShell ecosystem, you have Microsoft with all the possibilities here, including Azure, of course. Then you have other vendors like VMware, Citrix, SAP, AWS, Google, and whatnot. And you have the community. And all that really leads to the fact that you can do a lot of things with PowerShell. And it's not just related to the Microsoft world and to Windows now, because PowerShell is open source. Who thought about that 5 years ago? You can also, of course, manage your Linux environment with PowerShell as well. As we all know that many VMs in Azure are basically Linux and not Microsoft and not Windows, right? Okay, so with this, so one of the things that you can use, and we're also going to look at that, and we saw a session. If you have been in Bob's session, he already used the Cloud Shell for doing migration, which is really cool, because Cloud Shell is PowerShell anywhere. You can what you need is a browser, you're logging in, and you have immediate access to do things with PowerShell. What it does in the background, it's spinning up a little Linux VM, and based on that, you can use PowerShell 7 to do whatever you would like to do. And it's also part of the docs.microsoft.com. It's part of the Windows terminal, and of course, you can use it from VS Code. And it's really something that you can, without installing anything, you can go anywhere and just working and starting, maybe using some one-liners or starting to run some scripts. Maybe you even want to use the editor. We're going to look at that. There is an editor, but of course it's not as mature as things like VS Code or PowerShell ISE, but you can use it. And so this is one thing that really helps you to do things with PowerShell and Azure wherever you are. And even if you're not to PowerShell, you can switch to Cloud Shell always to Bash. So if you want to do that, you could do this as well. And then we have the PowerShell module, which has been around since December 2018. And you can get it from the PowerShell gallery. And if you look at the PowerShell gallery, you can see that all the AC modules seem to be very, very popular, because there is a top 100 list of the most downloaded PowerShell modules and AC, all kinds of AC modules for compute, for AI, for Azure Active Directory. They are always on the top of the list. So it seems like there is a lot of interest in using PowerShell together with Azure, and which also means you can use and install the full stack AC module with all the, let's say, sub modules, or you could say I only want to do something with my VM, so I only need install module AC compute, and then you're only working with that, and you only have to also maintain this sub module, so to speak, to keep it up to date. And of course, with the PowerShell module, you have the full PowerShell experience. You can use PowerShell ISE, you can use VS Code, and you can start scripting and really doing all the heavy lifting stuff with PowerShell. So to give you an idea how that actually looks like, let's switch to my browser here. And so what we see here is I started being in my Azure portal, and then I switched to Cloud Shell. You can also, what you can do is you can just go to shell.azure.com, and then it's going to open up another session. That's another great thing. So if you have one session where you're already doing something, maybe you're spinning up a VM, and then you want to do something in the meantime, you're just spinning up another session. And here we also have a little editor. And this helps us to do a few things like, okay, let's see if this is actually a Linux box, and we can see, okay, this is an Ubuntu machine here. You can start with exploring your infrastructure, like, okay, let's take a look at my existing VMs here, and I also want to know if they are running or not. So I'm just using the status parameter here to find out okay, I have one VM that is stopped and 3 are running. So what I could do, of course, now I could use the PowerShell pipeline and say, okay, all the VMs that are running that maybe I want to stop them, or the stop VMs I want to start, things like that. All this ad hoc stuff, and even of course you could say, okay, I want to actually create a new VM right away, because maybe somebody is just on the phone, say, I need a new VM here. Could you please create that for me? And we could do that. Maybe I just need to change the number here because I already created a couple of them. So I need to provide a user and a very secure password, of course. And then in the background, with this new ACVM command, that this VM is being created. This takes a while, and as I said, so I can just let that run, and I can just say, okay, let's open up another session because I want to do something else here. And these sessions, by the way, if they're inactive, if you don't do anything, they automatically get after 20 minutes, they're kind of closing down. You could reconnect to it, but that's how it actually works. And so you might also have, maybe you would like to get some information about actually your consumption, like, okay, well, how much money we already spent maybe this month, without going to the interface. And by the way, a very what I'm hear many times from people, from our customers and people who are using PowerShell is like, okay, I know I could maybe do a few things. I could do things also in the GUI, but maybe Microsoft decided that the button who was yesterday in the upper right corner now today is in the lower left corner, and so I don't care about how that actually Microsoft is changing these things. So doing it with PowerShell, of course, I know that it's always, I have my commandlets, I know how to use them, and I don't care about changes in the UI. And of course, there are also use cases where things are not possible via the UI. So this is where, of course, you are going to use PowerShell anyway. And what's also great about the Cloud Shell here is, if we look at what we can actually do, so we have different kinds of modules already preloaded for SE Compute, AC Storage, billing, and so on. But I could also start saying, okay, I want to do something in my Exchange environment. And so I could use that for my, oops, that's the wrong one.
Heiko, can you please zoom a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, oops. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's better. No problem. Thanks for the feedback. All right. So gives me some time to breathe here as well. That's not going to work anyway. So what I actually wanted to do is, I can do this now, to connect to Exchange environment. And as you can see, also tab completion is available here, which is great. And now my Exchange session for my Exchange over 65 tenant that is connected to my Azure subscription is being loaded. So I can also do things in my Exchange environment if I want to, creating a new mailbox or stuff like that. So that's really, I think, also a very cool thing, using the Cloud Shell on the fly, so to speak, and then do some, I don't know, do some get mailbox. I think I only have one here, but you get the idea, right? And what's also pretty cool is that you can actually step through your Azure resources just like in a file system. You could say, okay, I want to go and and I want to see my VMs, for example, or I want to see my resources in general, and so I can just go there and work with them in a ad hoc way. So that's Azure Cloud Shell, which is, as I said, for just doing ad hoc stuff or doing things on the fly, is a pretty cool thing. Then, of course, we have the ISE or we have the VS Code. I still prefer the good old ISE because I find it a little bit clearer if I'm just doing things with PowerShell. And then here, of course, I could do the same thing. So what I have done here, I have installed the AC module, of course. And what we can do here, maybe I'll also make this a little bit bigger. So we could take a look at, okay, what kind of commands we actually have here. And it's huge, yeah. So because here I installed the whole AC module, and if we want to find out, okay, how many commands we actually have, it's 200 here, just for the AC compute. For other modules, it's sometimes it's even more. So what I'm doing here, I'm doing a connect AC count. So I directly connect to my Azure subscription, and then I'm just like I did with the Azure Cloud Shell, I can just get an overview about my environment, or I could start creating a new VM, for example. And of course, I have all the parameters to create these VMs. Now, that of course is great also if you want to maybe create multiple machines. I have an example here where I'm using PowerShell to create training VMs, where I say, okay, I need for training, I need 8 new VMs, and they are created in a particular region with a particular size. And then I want to have all kinds of software be pre-installed, IIS, Chrome, Notepad. I'm installing our software and scripts, and I'm making it an Active Directory controller and whatnot. And that, of course, is then really the power of using this scripting, PowerShell as a scripting language, to make sure that you standardize and automate this process of, okay, I want to spin up these VMs because there is a training coming up tomorrow, for example. Or I want to create a new SQL server or a new database. So all kinds of use cases, of course, are there that you can, where PowerShell really makes sense for you as someone who is working with PowerShell, who has the permissions to do things in the Azure subscription, to do all that cool stuff with PowerShell, and many, many more things maybe, because as I said, PowerShell is like the clue for all kinds of backend systems, Azure included, but maybe also Office 65 and on-premises stuff that's still there maybe. So what we see here is that, okay, I'm working with PowerShell on the console or in an ISE. I have the right permissions. I know how to use PowerShell and do some scripting stuff. And so now the idea could be that, all right, maybe this creating of new trainings VMs, maybe I would like to delegate that. Somebody who's actually doing the training should be able to do that. And I don't want to make this person global admin in the Azure subscription. And I don't want to train these people on PowerShell and all that stuff. And that's actually where Script Runner comes into the picture, where we help to use that great technology, that PowerShell automation framework, for all kinds of standardization, automation, and delegation of use cases. And that is where we are going to switch back to my presentation and to look into that area. Because if you look at PowerShell, or if I look at PowerShell in many organizations, oftentimes, like, the landscape of using PowerShell might look like this. So there are scripts everywhere, and the people who created them, they know exactly where to go to, what to do with that script. But it's kind of, I call it here, unorganized or decentralized or whatever you want to call it. But it's nothing that really where you could say, okay, now everybody could use that, and it's something that is standardized, and we exactly know where the right script is. We also see, no matter how big an organization is, that the PowerShell know-how is typically in maybe 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 heads, so to speak. And so, of course, we also talk about security and how to use PowerShell in a secure way without giving away credentials to do things in my backend systems. And because PowerShell itself doesn't provide that, at the end, it's typically still the PowerShell experts, so to speak, that are using the PowerShell. And from our perspective, this really means the potential that lies in that technology remains untapped, because it's still in that little circle of experts that are working with PowerShell. And so the idea is to kind of switch from that unorganized picture into something that is more organized. It's secure. Everybody knows where's the script to spin up new VMs, to create new users, to create reports and stuff like that. And so we're talking about standardization of the whole process when it comes to using PowerShell. We're talking about centralization, putting the scripts in a central place, managing the credentials in a secure way. And then, of course, we also talk about the usability, which means, okay, of course, we are familiar and we are feeling great about looking into scripts and writing scripts and using ISE or the command line or whatever. But for people in help desk or maybe even end users, it has to be much, much easier. And so the idea here is to automatically translate a script into a web user interface where you decide what a user is able to do, what are they able to select, what are you hiding from them, because it's standardized in the background already. And with this is one of the key aspects of really making this PowerShell technology something that can open up to almost everybody, because you don't have to teach people how PowerShell works. You don't have to give them permissions to do things, because it's managed centrally in the background. And so because of that, we also have a monitoring dashboard, so you can see, okay, where, which user triggered which script, how long did it take, was there a problem with connecting to these backend systems. We're also talking about integration in the sense of course, we have this interactive use cases. Somebody starts an onboarding, creates resources in Azure. The other second step might be you have housekeeping processes where things happen on a regular basis. And the third one might be, okay, you have a workflow system, you have a Power App, Power Automate, you have, I don't know, SAP, ITSM, ServiceNow, and you want to enable them also to trigger scripts that you already have, but again, in a centralized, well-managed and secure way. And that's exactly what you can achieve with what we're doing here. And so this is a 5-step approach. So the first step is we are centralizing all the scripts and the modules, which already simplifies the whole way of using PowerShell and starting to delegate the execution. Then we're talking about credentials. And to centrally manage them and securely manage them, which means you could, for example, put them into password roles like CyberArk, Pleasant, and Psychotic, which means whenever PowerShell script wants to connect to my Azure subscription, this information is not anywhere in the script, of course, God forbid. It's not on the script runner box. It is in the password world. And anytime this credential is necessary to create a session, then script runner asks for this information in real time, which also means if you have password rotation in place, stuff like that, we always have the right information. And we know security is a big aspect when it comes to using PowerShell. That's why we also have a free PowerShell security ebook. It has, I think, 140 pages or something, which helps you to understand and to use PowerShell in a secure way with all the built-in functionality. So this is another thing that I can highly recommend to really look at and to get familiar with that. So you're really using PowerShell in the most secure way. And then we're talking about the permissions and the way users can actually become part of that scenario, because you want to enable somebody and help us to spin up VMs in Azure or create SQL or reports or something like this. So the idea and what happens if you use PowerShell together with Script Runner is the only instance that actually needs to run the scripts, needs to have access to the credentials and to the backend system. That's why we call it execution proxy here. That means if you want to delegate something to a help desk user, which we see here on the left side, this user doesn't have to have any access to Azure. They don't have to have any permissions in Azure, because what the user does over here is actually talking to Script Runner and asking Script Runner to actually run that script with all the logistics that is necessary around it, like credentials and modules and stuff like that. But the user itself is only working with a web user interface. And that makes, of course, that whole process extremely easy and extremely secure in the sense of, okay, this user over here, they don't need to have any access, no permissions, just normal domain users, that's it. And you decide what kind of use cases a user should be able to do. And then, as I said, we're automatically transforming the scripts into a user interface, and you decide what you want to display. So here is an example for creating a new team where we have dozens of parameters in the background, but we only see 3 of them because the decision has been made like, okay, only the interaction for these 3 parameters is necessary. Everything else is pre-configured in the background, is being used when script runner executes the script. So we're talking about standardization here. We're talking about security settings and stuff like that. So to make sure, no matter who is triggering this action, as we call them, it all happens exactly the same way. And then step by step, the use cases can be delegated to these users in help desk and end users. And of course, you can integrate that into other systems as well, as I mentioned, workflow system, ITSM system, monitoring systems, and stuff like that. All right. Now, how does that look like? Let's switch to my VM. So what we see here is this is the interface for a user that here I'm logged in as user Tina, just normal domain user, and based on the delegation in script runner, this user is, for example, able to spin up a new VM in Azure. And what we see here is, okay, I have to type in the name. I can select my operating systems. I can select my regions, and I can select the Azure VM sizes. So what happens here is, again, simplification of what the user is actually able to do. Also means you can manage like, okay, I want to make sure that no user is able to spin up the super expensive VM and I'm going to have to pay a lot of money at the end of the month to Microsoft. And so these are all the things that you can control, that you can manage to make sure the users, when you start delegating that stuff, it is really only these options are available that you want to allow these users to select. And maybe you have a use case where some other people should be able to spin up VMs with more resources, then of course you could do that. The nice thing in this case is you don't have to change anything in your script. You only change the configuration in script runner and say, okay, this is an action for my dev team, and for this people, I'm delegating this action, and they can create VMs with maybe 64 gig of RAM and, I don't know, a terabyte of SSD hard disk, for example. And so all these activities, so everything that you do here also is going to end up in a centralized portal. So you can actually see what the users have done. And not just the users, but also if you have scheduled processes or activities, you can see, okay, there was some scheduled tasks, or there had been some user interaction here. It was this user Tina, she created a new VM. I can go into the report and I can see, okay, it was this user. She started this action. We were connecting to this Azure subscription with this credential. We see the parameters, and not just the ones that have been typed in interactively, but every parameter that also has been pre-configured, and you get all the details and the report, which also means if something went wrong, you can just go there and say, okay, show me all the processes where something went wrong, and then I can go into that and I can just use that here and look at the report and the error message to find out, okay, what's actually the reason. Because as you can see here in the background, of course, we are still talking about PowerShell, right? It's a PowerShell script that is triggered by a script runner, but the user who is actually working with it doesn't have to know anything about it, because it's really just about getting the job done. In this case, just doing something with Azure and creating a new VM, or creating a report of all my existing Azure VMs, which also could look like this here, or it could be even more sophisticated. This is an example for an Azure Active Directory report that you can trigger, again, with the PowerShell script in the background. And the other nice thing is that you could say, okay, this use case of creating a new VM in Azure, that might be something that I would like to integrate into an existing maybe SharePoint website or a self-service portal. And you could do that very easily, which makes it the life for the user even easier, because you just take them or the user is working with the user interface that they're working day in, day out, and they have the same functionality with the same look and feel of what the people are familiar with. And then again, looking at this, nobody really needs to know anything about PowerShell. It's really about just deciding what is the use case, what is the information that we need to do things, and then make it available through Script Runner. And of course, in other use cases, you might say, okay, but I want to have these reports being created on a scheduled base, which of course is something that you can do as well. So besides having this interactive approach, you could say, okay, there is an action, or there are actions that you want to run on a scheduled base, and then you can do that as well. And you can run certain things maybe on multiple subscriptions or multiple tenants, and you want to get informed if something goes wrong and stuff like that. So again, it's really, because we're talking about PowerShell in the background, many things are possible here. It's really about your imagination, what you want to do with PowerShell. And by the way, depending on where you are on your PowerShell journey, we provide hundreds of ready-to-use scripts in our GitHub repo. If you go to github.com/scriptrunner/action packs, for example, there's this area for Azure. You can find all kinds of predefined scripts that you can use. You can see how we build the scripts, which actually means we are following the best practice approach. We have the synopsis. So we use actually the parameter descriptions to use that to build the user interface. Here you can also see we also support some multi-language stuff here. And we also add some additional functionality to a hash table to configure what you want to display to the user once, for example, a VM has been created or user has been created, or you have to make some changes in the Azure Active Directory, stuff like that. That's all the stuff that happens in the scripts. And as I said, all this information, all the scripts are really there to help you to start your journey with PowerShell. And even if you're an expert already, and we see customers and people being very happy about it because it gives them a inspiration to do maybe additional things with PowerShell and with Script Runner. All right, so with this, I want to go back to my presentation. So as I said, feel free to go to our GitHub repo, look at these scripts that are there that you can use and start your journey. And so if we again look from a high perspective, so to speak, about okay, what really Script Runner can do for you, it's like taking your PowerShell scripts or the automation engine and make it something that really can be not just used by the admins and the IT pros, but really kind of democratizing PowerShell, if you will, to do whatever is on your plate, all the stuff that you want to get kind of rid of. You're saying, okay, I want to automate that. I want to make sure that somebody in help desk is able to do that, or maybe even end users. That's exactly where Script Runner comes into the picture, because what we want to achieve at the end of the day typically is the administrator wants to get rid of this recurring task and save time. The help desk people want to deliver a better service, so they don't have to ask the IT guys all the time. The end users should do their self-service stuff so they can fulfill their tasks. For the developers, it's always a great thing, because people who are already writing scripts, they become more important in the organization. Not a bad move, typically. And for the DevOps people, it's a secure environment to provide all these scripts. And then, of course, we have the management part where they are happy to really see the organization and the teams become more productive. If you like what you saw, you could maybe also, you want like to change to test our software, which you can do. We have a trial license on our website. You can go there as well. Maybe I'm pasting that stuff also in the chat. If you want to have a conversation in more details about your use cases, your infrastructure, I'm very happy to do that, to arrange an online session. And if you want to learn something more about Exchange and PowerShell and Script Runner, next week we have a webinar. You could go there as well. And with this, I say thank you. And I'm open for questions.
All right, Heiko, that was absolutely great. Looking at your slides, I believe you have many links, right, that you have shared. Is there any way people can have access to those links, or maybe the slides? Is it possible?
Yeah. What I would do is I would put all the links in the chat now, if that's okay.
Yeah, I just wonder where you're putting in the chat, in the private chat or on the LinkedIn.
In the LinkedIn chat, I would put them.
Okay, I'll pick it from there and drop on all the destinations.
And the presentation is on my GitHub repo, which is also part of the link list, where you can also see where I also stored the little PowerShell snippets, so people can go there and grab it from there as well, of course. Yeah.
Okay, I have dropped it in the chats. Everyone can pick it from there. Let's see. Bart says, thanks, Heiko, for great demo and knowledge sharing. I'm just looking. Francis says, are those scripts available? I'm not sure when he asked that.
Yeah. So go to github.com/scriptrunner. This is where you find all that scripts. Maybe I can just share that again here. So here we have all the scripts that we provide, and then if you go to my repo here, there is events 21 Cloud Summit, and here you find also that samples that I'm used, and also again a link to all the other resources like this PowerShell poster, the PowerShell security ebook, and stuff like that. So here you have everything in one place as well.
All right, that's perfect. Talking about Heiko, I've been following you on Twitter. It looks like you have an absolutely amazing team. You guys and girls go out and hang out on weekend, which really makes me jealous. Here in India, we're still in lockdown, so it's not lockdown, but I don't see many people going out. Is there anything
we have a band, right? We have a band. We have the Scripty Boys
that's
band.
Where you have it.
So you can actually. I mean, I'm not really. I don't know if I should share it, but anyway, here it is.
Go ahead. Wow, your company has a band.
Yeah, we're trying to do some music. I emphasize on trying, right? It's more loud and fun, but it's cool. Yeah, it's fun.
That's cool. So Heiko, apart from this part, if anyone would like to join your team, is there any opening now? Where should one keep themselves updated?
Yeah, we're actually looking for developers. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, they're not so easy to find these days. So,
oh my goodness.
And you can always go on our website. We have our job openings there as well. And yeah.
And Heiko, you did talk about the workshop, right? You have a workshop this weekend. How often those workshops happen? Are they monthly, weekly, bi-weekly? Anything around that?
We have you talk about this webinar, right?
Yeah, webinars. Sorry.
Yeah. So we have one webinar each month with particular topics. So this month it's about Exchange. The last month it was about Azure. It's going to be about SQL in autumn, and we're also going to look at VMware and stuff like that. So our goal really is also to kind of evangelize and to use really PowerShell for automation, because we really think it's a great framework for all kinds of things. As I said, including Azure and all kinds of other backend systems, and bringing all that stuff together with ScriptRunner, I think is really what many organizations really like. Yeah.
Perfect. And looks like you have now teased people in the comments about AC/DC and bands. So talking to CCTV is my
okay. Now we're having a good topic here. Yeah. That's definitely my favorite.
Says
thing.
I have 72 Gibson SG. I don't know what is that, but should be
okay.
good.
That's the Angus Young guitar. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm more into drumming. You might see my drum set over here.
And that's electric, right? I mean, I don't know what
that's
it's
an
called.
Electric drum because I want to be nice to the neighbors, kind of. So that's why it is. You can still hear something, but it's
yeah. It's okay. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Looks like people really like your session. Any final thing you want to plug in, Heiko?
I want to say thank you for really, Simon, for your team to doing that, and what is 10 days now altogether?
11
tomorrow.
days. 11 days.
That's crazy. I mean,
Finishes
and
on
as you wrote to me, you already you lost what, 3 pounds or something? That's really.
I lost 3 kgs.
I mean, the energy to create that event is really great, and we're really enjoying being part of that. So it's really great job. Very cool. I like it.
No, I really appreciate you, Heiko, you and your team, supporting this event. It's entirely free event for 11 days. Many people have asked us how we're doing it, and it's because the sponsors have been supporting us. So we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Heiko, to you and your entire team once again for accepting the invitation. And always would love to have you back. We do many conferences in the year, 21 conferences in 2021. Can you imagine it?
Yeah.
21.
Yeah,
we did 20 conferences in 2020. And we're doing 21 in 2021.
Okay, I can see there's something going on here, right? There's a scheme.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So we also do many live shows. I always say we stream 8 days in a week, and there are many live shows that we stream on Channel 9, Learn TV, and Microsoft Developers YouTube channel. So yeah, we would love to have you back in all of those events, and thank you so much. And yeah, have a nice week ahead.
Thanks, Simon.
Thank you. Ta-da.
Bye.
All right, with that absolutely great session by Heiko, we now move to our next session. A little early, we still have about 5 minutes. Steve is up and ready to come on the live stage, but let's give him 1 more minute. And until then, let's play a commercial. Where did the video go? Here it is. All right, joining us now is Steve Jonas, who is DevOps advocate at Redgate Softwares. And Redgate are also one of our sponsors and partners. Redgate is very committed towards community. I see them, they're very active, not just in the community, but they've also started doing their own events, which is great. And I would ask Steve to go ahead and talk about all their events coming in the month of October. I believe he'll definitely talk about it. And I believe I did host Steve in the month of January, the first quarter of this year, in the SQL Server virtual conference. And yeah, I'm really excited to host him. So let's bring him in. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how are you?
To Cloud Summit 2021. I'm doing absolutely great. How are you?
Good, Simon. It's good to be back, and thank you very much for having me.
It's absolutely great to have you back. Long time, almost like 9 months back after I'm hosting you. How has life been there?
For me, it's been pretty good. We're not very locked down. Things have gotten better in Colorado, so it's certainly not. Probably not as difficult as it's been for you in India. I think you've had more challenges, but 21 events in 2021, that's impressive.
I don't know how I'm doing it. Don't ask me that.
Yeah, you're working hard for sure.
And I often say, Steve, we are streaming 8 days in a week. Apart from virtual conferences, we also do daily and like many live shows in a day too. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm young. Only then I can do it.
It's impressive, Simon. Very impressive. Very impressive.
All right, Steve, I won't take much of your time. Azure DevOps, so let me tell you, DevOps was something people were really interested in when we took the registrations. This is something people are really looking forward to learn. So I won't take much of your time. I'm going to add your screen to the stream. Everybody can see it. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay. So I'll just take a minute because, Simon's doing all these great events for you to learn. Redgate is also doing some events. I've got a bunch here. We've got the Cloud Summit I'm at this week, Future Data Driven next week, and then various other things. So if you find those things interesting and you can't get to a conference, which I'm dying to go to a live conference, there's lots of opportunity for you to continue to learn and get better at things that are going on. The summit still has a few more days. So if you're tuning in today, don't forget, there's stuff after me tomorrow, the next day. So please keep checking it out. All right, well, let's get started. So this is kind of an overview and a tour of Azure DevOps at a high level. And I put this together because I run into customers and clients constantly that are trying to transition from the traditional way of building software, which I did for most of my career for the last 30 years, into more of a DevOps style approach. Some of the things that we do in DevOps are no different than what you've done in the past, but we've kind of given this a name so that it's easier for us to talk about and try to promote just better examples of how to build software. And Azure DevOps is a way that helps your team work together and work in a more efficient way. Now, I've used lots of different products that do similar things, but I think that Azure DevOps is pretty fantastic. And so I want to go over what's available to you, and please feel free to ask questions and let me know what you think. So at a high level, I'll kind of talk about what this software is, what's available, and then dive into some of the different areas that are available here. We only have 45 minutes, so I won't spend a lot of time digging in, but I do want to show you some of the capabilities and advantages that you get from using something like Azure DevOps. As Simon mentioned, my name is Steve Jones. I'm an advocate for Redgate software, which really means I do a lot of marketing things. I talk to a lot of customers. I do pre-sales and post-sales. I also do a lot of speaking at conferences and events like this. I'm more than happy to do events for user groups and other conferences where they are, and hopefully we'll get back to some live things happening in 2022. I do have 30 years of experience working with SQL Server. I've been a DBA is kind of where I started. I was a software developer, both application software and database software. I've been a manager of both groups at different levels, and then a writer and speaker in different companies and industries across that time. About 20 years ago, I founded SQL Server Central, and that's really, I think, where my career grew quite a bit. I'm still the editor-in-chief of that. Redgate continues to support SQL Server Central. And my partners and I started it with the idea of helping you learn to be better at your job every day. And Redgate continues to support that today, which I'm grateful for, that they give me the freedom to try and help people be better at working with not just SQL Server, but really anywhere in the data platform. And then Microsoft has honored me as a MVP for the last 14 years. And so I appreciate that as much. My contact information is listed here. Please feel free to get a hold of me. Twitter is often the best way to find me. And if you have questions, you can put them in the chat or in Twitter, and Simon, myself, somebody will go to them. I'll also have this at the end if you need to see. So Azure DevOps, all right, it's a great marketing name. I think it's fantastic. What this really is TFS, or Team Foundation Server. So Microsoft built Team Foundation Server many years ago as a product that you would install inside your data center somewhere in your office on a server. And it was there to help developers work together and collaborate. And over the years, they've purchased other companies and they've grown TFS into a fairly complete software system. And then years ago, they decided to put TFS online because there are plenty of companies that want the capabilities of TFS or Azure DevOps, and then they didn't want to run it on premises, especially through the mid 2000s and into the 2010s. I've had a lot of startups that have wanted to take advantage of hosted services and cloud services to not invest in infrastructure. And so Microsoft brought this online as Visual Studio Team Services, and then they renamed it a few years ago to Azure DevOps. And they actually renamed the on-premises version from TFS to Azure DevOps Server. So Azure DevOps and Azure DevOps Server are the same product. They are just, one's hosted and one's not. Now, the online version, which is really what I talked about here, is at dev.azure.com, and I'll show you that in a minute. There's plenty of links, but the idea here was that Microsoft wanted a team platform to help you build software of any kind. So any type of application, whether that's a thick client, a mobile client, or a web page, or anything else, any sort of framework you want to use. So maybe you want to, work inside Hibernate. Maybe you want to work inside any framework or anywhere else. They have all of those available. Any language you want to use, from COBOL to C# to Java to Python to Lisp, anything you want to work with. And then really any platform that you target. And of course, it's in the cloud, so it works with any cloud. I have customers that use Azure DevOps to deploy to AWS. They could deploy to Google Cloud Platform, certainly to Azure or Rackspace or Bluehost or any number of these places you have. And so really the idea is it's a comprehensive system. Now, there are all these different components that we're going to go through in a little bit of detail. And there's also a marketplace for enhancements that allows you to really do anything you need to do in software. I mean, my clients and myself, we look through it, haven't really found a hole in what's available. And there's more things added all the time. So it's kind of an amazing thing. Now, the pricing it can vary a little bit. It's essentially free to start using and free for the first 5 users, which I think is phenomenal, especially inside of even in a large enterprise. Putting together a team of 5 people to learn how to do more of a modern DevOps style of development for free is just incredible. There are some costs for additional developers. There are some costs if you want to run things in parallel, but it really is a phenomenal system to get started. So let's take a look at what Azure DevOps is. So I want to start first here. This is actually a private session for me that I opened, because this is where, if you go to dev.azure.com, it redirects you up here to this azure.microsoft.com/services/DevOps, depending on your language. And really, they give you an overview here of what's available and what's possible and what you're trying to do. You can certainly read all this stuff in documentation. The pricing, I think, is pretty good, because it tells you do I want the services or do I want the server, which is the on-premises version, okay? And then I can come in here and go, well, what do I want to work with, in terms of licenses or, in terms of the other services? Maybe I say I've got, 16 people I want to do, and then it'll tell me, well, this is $66 a month. Okay, so it helps me to figure out quickly whether this works well for my team or not my team. So that is the overview from a kind of a free version. Here's actually my account. And so if I look in here, and I'll just zoom in a touch, this is my organization here, which corresponds to this organization here that I created and I set up as part of my account. This URL actually combines with this URL, so you can see that I have my organization listed there, so I can go to it. And I have multiple organizations. This is actually this one here is a research arm from Redgate, where I've done some collaborative work with other developers there. Sam is actually another developer. He and I were doing some Oracle work earlier this summer, and so we added each other to our Azure DevOps organization so that we could collaborate on some of those things. And that's what I think is phenomenal. So if I create something, I can share it with somebody else in Azure DevOps, which is just amazing to me. Now I can see my projects here. I've only got a couple one in this organization here. It certainly has all the my stuff that I want. The one thing I do want to point out, down here in this lower left-hand corner, these are the organization settings. There's some references in the documentation that say to go here, and often my eyes are up here somewhere, and I would be looking around, looking in this corner, and I couldn't find the settings. They're down here, and here's where you would set up defaults or some of the global things that you want to deal with for your organization here. For example, if I have agent pools that I want to add additional ones to, or I want to deal with security and set up policies for how things work, I can set this up at a global level. It's fairly comprehensive. It can be fairly granular. There's just a lot to look at here. The other thing that I want to talk about is up here, there's 2 things. One is there's this settings here, and then here is the marketplace. In these settings, this is where I would do things like set up personal access tokens and SSH keys. I would have expected this to be more in the organization settings, but it's actually here. So if you are looking to set up agents, do some of the things that require PATs, this is where you actually set those things. But the marketplace is one of the amazing places in here where you have all these extensions to do anything you want. And you can see that many of these, as I come in here, say free trial or free, this can be slightly deceiving in how you look at it, because often some of these additions point to other pieces of software that do have some cost, even though they may say free. So you just want to be careful as you read in here. But in anything you want to do, like if I look at database, I'll see here that there's an incredible number of things that will help me work with database software that I want to work with. So there's DB Maestro here is they build some tools. Redgate is here. We build tools. Flyway, there's Azure kits in here as well. There's a tremendous number of things that allow you to use them. Some of them, like DBUp, was a great framework for running scripts. It's a free and open source one. You can find out here more information, right? It's on GitHub and other places if you want to figure out what that is. If you do some of the other things, like for Redgate, here's an older one we have. It says get it free. There's actually a licensing cost to go with this. So while it doesn't cost you to download this and start working with it, if you're deploying to production, then there is a cost. Okay, and so you just want to read carefully. Certainly you can choose which ones are available for you. For example, in database, there's nothing there, but if I said feature flag, I think there's some things in here. Roadmap comes up as one, or if I say free, there's a bunch that come up. LaunchDarkly is a company I've worked with. I think they do a fantastic job here. They also have a charge depending on how you use this, but the extension itself for you to practice with and work with is free. And so there's really just an incredible level of things. You know, if I want to work with Java, I see a ton of different extensions here that I can use as well. As I said, I haven't really found any holes in here. There's just so much that you can do. So whatever type of software you're trying to build, you probably can find a way to integrate it with Azure DevOps and then use it. And the great thing is that this is an integrated platform. So once your developers start to use it, then switching projects, switching frameworks or targets or anything becomes really, really easy. All right, that's kind of an overview of what we've got there. Actually, let me pop back and just show you projects. So if I were to go back, well, let me just come here and say, when I'm here, my projects are here. Here is a project. And when I go into a project, I see an overview as well. And so the menu is on this side. Whoops. Come over here. This is the project I've picked. And then I've dropped into this overview section, which includes these three areas in my project. And so here's my README. This is actually a file that's in my repo. So there's a repo here and then a file here. So it's in the root of my repo. It's a markdown file, and so they render that out for you. And then I have on the right-hand side various stats of what's going on. I do have dashboards as well. So here's one I've set up. You can see I've got tracking my CI builds, which have worked recently. My burn down, this is a demo project, so I'm not really doing anything, but I can add things in here that matter. I can add a quick item. So if I were to say the Cloud Summit 2021, it's not a bug, this is a feature, we'll create that. And it'll actually just say, hey, here's the new thing that I'm building, and I'm going to assign that to me, and then close it, okay? And I can edit this and make changes if I wanted to add something to this chart. Like if I wanted a chart for test plans, I could add that in there. And then I would have to configure that to start showing things as well. I also have a wiki if I want to do that. And in this case, I created a second repo here to put my wiki in. And so I can just have various items in here. I can link to different pages inside, all the kind of wiki stuff that I might do. But this allows me to kind of manage the project at a high level and then coordinate with other developers so that everybody can see what's happening without having to learn a bunch of different pieces of software. I know there's plenty of other things that will do all these various functions that are over here on this menu. But the fact that they're integrated and linked together, I think, is phenomenal here, right? That my source control repo is linked to my overview, and that's linked to the work I'm doing. And it's linked to the automation, all the other things that we'll look at. All right, so let's skip out of there and let's dive into some of the areas. So the first area I usually start talking about dashboards, which are really a way to track your work. Now, some of you might use Jira or Microsoft Project, or there's any number of work tracking project management items out there. But I really love the simplicity of the Azure boards. Now, I showed you really quick how I added a work item in there, but it's really phenomenal the way that this links to all the other things that are happening in a very smooth and easy way. And so let's go back and take a look at how some of these things work. So I was in an overview and I looked at that. Now I'm going to go to the work items. And so you'll see that the overview has kind of collapsed. And now I have the work items. So here is the boards and then these sub items that are listed in here below there. And so in the work items, I see what's items that have been just created in here. If I go back, I didn't create a work item, I actually created a feature, but let's create a new work item here. I don't know why that's not appearing. It should appear. In any case, I can just create another work item here if I wanted to as a bug. And so let's say change procedure, because I want to demo this later, and we'll stick this with me. You can see I do have a couple other people on my team. Grant and Kathy are available. I could assign them things. I could add tags. Anything that I would have here is run proc should return Cloud Summit. Put that in there so we know that it's there. If I had estimates and planning, I could add them in here. If I added comments, I can do all of the things that I might do here. And then this discussion, this work, everything that's available is just tracked. And so if I change this, you can see that this is actually linked in here. It's available for me to work. As I were to do work, make commits, do builds, all that stuff would be linked in here as well. Now, I tend not to work in this area because I find that this just to be cumbersome, and there's that eventually consistent Cloud Summit there. If I were to go in there, I could actually add this item in there, right? I could link in some work. So if I wanted to link in an existing item, I think probably 85 would be there, or what number was that? I want a child item, and I want 85 is the change procedure item. So if I link that in there, what I now have is item 85 is in there. And if I look at 85, it's actually linked back. Well, it should be linked back to a parent. I think it's just, I'm going fast in here, so it's just a little bit slow to catch up. But I have the ability to then put work under other work. And where I often, let's save those changes, I often use this is in the board area. So often what I'm trying to do is look at items that I'm trying to work on in this format where I've got new items to work on, active items that I'm working on, resolved or closed. And so I did a demo last month for KC, so I can put that in there. Here I could say, well, I want to add a new item in here. If I had a new story or something else, I could add it back in here, and then I could work on the items that are important for me to work on. And so I think in here, I add 84. It's not, I think it's in a backlog. I normally just add stuff on the boards so that I can see where they are. But in this case, let's come back in here and say if I want to add this to the board. I forget which area I put that in. That's my started link. There we go. I should have added in here. It'd be easier to see if I had done it there. But typically what I do is I try to add things in here, and I normally work on just the Kanban boards. The one downside I think of Azure DevOps is they're constantly updating this. And so there are times where the thing I'm looking for has in fact moved away from me. And so then I don't see it here anymore. But typically I would add something in here, and I would say like this would be the Cloud Summit 2021. And I'm just going to leave it in here. And then if I wanted to, I could add let's add that bug back in here. And so fix to show conference. It does help to typo things correctly, but you can see that I've got now an item in here, and this looks just like any other item that I put in here. I think the iteration is what I needed to add that into, but I could say this is active, and what number was it? 87. So let's remember 87 and see my work here. All the stuff that I expect in sort of how I do Kanban boards is listed here. So I've got different planning items. I could add it to different sprints if I cared about those things and what I'm trying to work with. I can set up queries that allow me to search for stuff. So if I was going to look for stuff that, for example, matched mine, like I think this is just say, hey, I'm looking for things that are assigned to me in a certain way, I can find it very quickly. So what I find often is that this is handy for current work on projects, that I might say I want to create a query that says look at the Q4 projects that are coming up and just find my work, that kind of thing. So I do that. Delivery plans is fairly new. I actually haven't worked with this as well, but this whole area is designed to help me manage my work. And so for me today in this Cloud Summit, what I really want to manage is 86 and 87. These are the items that are important to me. So we'll continue on and look at those. But first, let's drop back to the slides just briefly. Now, source control or version control, I think, is a fundamental concept in working with software. And I think it's critical. I was lucky early on that in my career, I had other developers that forced me to use version control, even though I didn't love it. And so I've used Perforce a long time ago, Visual Source Safe early on, and then transitioned to various other systems throughout my career. And it really is the basis for how you get anything done as a software developer. And I don't know how to emphasize how important it is other than to say, you couldn't work for me if you didn't use version control. Now, Microsoft, when they built TFS, they implemented their own version control protocol called TFVC. And many of you that have worked in Visual Studio or in the Microsoft stack have probably worked with TFVC at some point. Over the years, as the world has evolved, Git seems to have won as a version control system. I mean, none of my clients are working with anything other than Git unless it's legacy and they have to. And even some of them are transitioning to Git, either converting old systems over or using Git for all new systems. Microsoft actually added Git as an interface to Azure DevOps, so you can connect with Git and do everything you want. Git is fantastic, and I tend to focus on it because that's really where I see the industry going right now. Most of these systems are toasters. They all do the same thing, right? They capture code, they commit it, they tell you who did it, when, all that stuff. But Git, in its distributed nature and very, very lightweight protocol, I think is just fantastic. And so that's what I tend to use Azure DevOps, all my clients use. You can use TFVC if you had Subversion or Perforce or CVS or Vault or something else. You would have to convert that over if you wanted to use it here. But there's a lot of options here, and I'll show you. It also links to other Git type repositories that are out there. It has pull requests, and this is where the richness of the interface starts to shine. Okay, so there's lots of other stuff in there, but let's take a look at what these actually mean. So if I come to repos, I'm now in this area, and all of these items fall underneath the repos. At the top level, I see my repo, and I see the tree view of my stuff. I see the top level, and again, here is my markdown file that I can see. I also see up here just kind of a breadcrumb thing. So I'm in my project, I'm in repos and files, but this is where I have a repo, and I actually have two repos here. So I've got two of them that are available for me, and I can make a new one or import one or something else. But that's for me to manage things. And then here would be where I have my branches, and I have my breadcrumb of what I'm doing. So if I were to look through here, I can click through here, or I can click through here, and you'll notice that the breadcrumb will follow me. And I can look at the different files that are available. And as a matter of fact, I can easily switch branches. So if I switch to my demo branch, which is where I want to make changes, I want to work in a branch-based area, I can look through here and say, well, I want to change the stored procedure. And I actually changed one of these recently, the demo one. So let's change this. This is actually the Cloud Summit. I have to edit the Cloud Summit. I don't recommend you doing this, but you can do this. And then let's say update demo. And what I'm going to do is say, what was that, 87, I believe. We'll link there. If I wanted to, I could actually look and say I want to link here as well. And let's say commit. And so I've made a change. And this is in my demo branch. Okay. Now you'll notice that once I did that, this commit was finalized. There's my git hash. But I also have this button over here that says create a pull request. And so that's typically how we want to work in modern software development, is that I commit code. At some point, if I think it works, I've tested it, which I didn't do here, but I should test it. I would create a pull request and start to work with this code. I'm going to click that and just create it so that this runs. You'll notice that I see my title and my description, which I can change. Let's just say live, something easy in there. I've got some items linked in here. We don't want it linked to KC in there. I could add a discussion of somewhere I could tag reviewers. For example, if I said Grant, I want Grant to look at this. I'm not going to do that because it'll send him an email and he'll wonder, why am I tagging him? But I can then create a pull request. And then if I wanted to, I could add comments in here. This looks bad, please test. You know, or and anybody looking at this could actually look at it. And I could still come back in here and change the reviewers and tags and all those sorts of things. Right? Those are the things that are allowed. Now I'm going to prove it myself and complete it because I can do that. You'll notice I do have multiple options here for those of you who understand version control. But I'm just going to complete this here so that we can keep track of it. Now you'll notice over here, this pull request has items linked to it as well as the commit itself. And so if I were to go look at these items, actually, let's go look at the bug. What I'll actually see is that now there is this development section that actually has a commit, a PR merge, right, that I've changed and put in there, right? And here's the original. And so this allows me to keep track of the work that I'm doing against the description or the specification of the work. And that's something that becomes important in a team, and it becomes important for management and everybody else to kind of follow along what's going. Are we on track? Can everybody actually see what work is being done and what isn't done and what bugs might be out there? Because certainly as somebody were to add a bug, if they were to add another bug and say it's not fixed, or they were to go back in here and say this bug isn't actually fixed, we could look back and see, well, what was tried, what wasn't tried, what was tested. We can get some idea of how our software is progressing. And that's important both for project managers and management, but also other people on your team, so that we can understand what's happening. It's a way to communicate without having to go interrupt somebody or go sit at their desk or start up a Zoom call or a Slack call or something else. I can get information myself without impacting how other people are working, and I can do that asynchronously. Now, there are other items in here. That was the pull request. If I were to actually just look at this area, I could see which pull requests are out there. And I completed that one, so it's not listed there. But here are all the ones that I've done across the last few months or last month or so that are available. If I had tags, I could create tags so that we could keep track of things. As your software grows, this becomes very important, because your piece of software may have multiple components, whether it's a monolithic app, microservices, web pages. There may be dozens of people or hundreds of people working on software, which I have seen in Azure DevOps. And so tags become very important. Branch management is a big deal. I only have a few here in my repository because this is a demo project. But often if you have 10 developers, we might have 15 branches because somebody's done some work and they've put it in a branch and then they've moved on to something else and created another branch. This is a great place for me to see the branches and decide what I need to do with them. I have options on what I want to do. I could see pushes again that happen. You can see what commits have gone on and what's been pushed and pulled out. And then, of course, just a list of commits that I want to see. And it's got the Git graph. I can search on commit IDs. I can do all the sorts of things that I want to do across time to understand what's happening in my software. And, of course, for my files here. It does have this clone button, which is just a Git repo thing. If I were to grab this, and I would go to a command line, and let's drag this over here. I could say, let's make directory demo. Do I have that? Yep, cd demo, git clone. I can paste that in there, and it'll clone down my repository, just like any other Git. I'm on the remote is the origin. And I think I could see that these are the repos that I would use, and it's got my user ID in there, right? That's where I'm connecting in to see what's going on. Okay. So this is standard type of Git stuff, but inside of this repo, it's a complete system for managing all of my source code. And more importantly, I can have multiple repositories in here and do anything that I want to do that helps me coordinate as a team all the different pieces of code that we have to write. Now, I recommend putting the database as its own folder personally, and then having, like, this is my wiki folder, but I might have another folder here for an application of some sort. I always recommend organizing my repository that way so that I see my application, application 1, application 2, ETL application, database, all the major components separately. And if I was in microservices, then I would have all this thing separated out as well. All right, I don't know see any questions, so let's keep going because this is definitely a little bit shorter presentation than I often do. A big part of DevOps is automation, and that's what people focus on often, even though I would really say that communication in the repository and communication in the work items are actually the most critical parts of making DevOps work. You know, us coordinating as humans are really the hardest part of us building modern software effectively. But the automation is the easiest thing to do, and it's the easiest thing to talk about. And of course, Redgate and many other companies sell tools to help you here. So this is where people focus. Now, automation is great. Humans are creative and we solve amazing problems. But for repeatability and reliability, we are not great. Some of us are really good. We might do things perfectly 1,000 times, but at some point we'll make a mistake. We're tired, it's late on Friday, you know, we're distracted because of things at home, or we're being pressured to get work done, and so we make mistakes. So the more that we can use automation to do tasks that we have already understood and we know how they should work, the better off we are. So CI is continuous integration, CD is continuous development or continuous deployment, depending on how you look at it. These are essentially the idea of independent validation and verification with continuous integration. So it can't just work on my machine, it has to work on some other machine. And then release management is how do I move the bits across systems from my machine to a server of some sort or a mobile device or anything else. Release management ensures that that happens appropriately, securely, low risk, all those things. Azure Pipelines implements this stuff. I think in the old TFS prior to 2015, it wasn't great, but from 2015 on, it's phenomenal. I think it's some of the best stuff out there. Not that I wouldn't use Octopus Deploy or Bamboo or something else, but if I'm using Azure DevOps, it's integrated and it's phenomenal. It supports any OS, primarily Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, but I know people that have found ways to deploy to mainframes or to AS400s or other things as well. They provide you with agents, which are computers to do your job, so they can work with hosted agents that are in the cloud or local agents that you have in your data center that just communicate with your pipeline to do some work. So either way you want, and again, there's still a marketplace here as well for enhancements. So let's look at pipelines. So if I come to pipelines, this is slightly overloaded. Sorry, I keep clicking the wrong thing here. Here's my mouse. All right. Pipelines is the overall area in the menu, and then these are all items in pipelines. You'll notice this says pipelines as well. Marketing people, it's not my decision. I think this is just stupid, but it is what it is. So the pipelines are referring to here is continuous integration. And so if we look, I've got a couple of pipelines here. Here's my SCA demo one that appeared. That ran just 8 minutes ago. On the previous page, this was the last one that appeared, I think, because I had opened this tab before. But this actually just ran based on that commit where I updated the pipeline. And if I go and look at this, it'll say that, well, I triggered it here. It started today at 12:45 my time, which is 9 minutes ago or so. It took about 2 minutes to run. It was based on this commit and this repo and this branch, yada, yada, yada. all that stuff. And it's got changes, and if I were to say, what are the changes? Well, it would go in there and say, this is that change. Right? I edited this line to be this line. That was actually what happened. You'll notice as I just click through, I can kind of follow the trail of what's happened. If I care, I can actually look at the detailed logs. So there's the normal thing that said this started, this was a hosted agent running Windows 2016 today. There's an initialization of the job where I can see kind of what the agent looks like. I run Git commands, standard Git commands that I would run manually. They're just automated here so that it works. There's a check in here. There's a build of my database. This is actually running some PowerShell in here. It produces a NuGet package as an artifact in here. Finalizes it. It just gives me information about what's actually happening. If I wanted to, I could look at my artifact. In this case, it's a NuGet package. And if I were to open this NuGet package, what I'll actually see is this has got database code. And if I see the various items in here, the project is actually captured. And so if I pop down in here, there it is. This is the code that I edited right there that appeared. And I see it in a package. So if I want to go look at what happened, I can. Now, in terms of what this actually does, let's edit the pipeline and show you what's available. They give me this great interface to say, here's how you set up the things that you want to do for your particular piece of software. And so there's an overall pipeline where I can select how I want this run. Do I want this run in Azure or do I run it in my data center? Where's my repo? And so I can pick what's going on. And you'll notice over here that this is Git, this is Git, this is Git, right? These are external. Subversion I could pull from. Bitbucket is Git here or something else. So I can pick how this works. What do I want to have happen? And then this is the agent where I say, what do I want this to have happen? I give it a name. I pick, do I inherit from the pipeline or do something else? Any of the settings that I want to put in there, perhaps I say this has to have Redgate SQL compare, and that has to exist on this agent as part of this job. I can determine exactly what's necessary here. And then I have these different steps. Now I added a dummy step in here to say do something. Here's a step, here's a step. But if I needed to do something else, if I realized that to build my software, I actually needed another sort of task, I can come here and here's my marketplace of things that will happen. So there are categories here where I can say build, utility, or test, but I can just pick one of these. So in a build, maybe I need to do something with a container, and so I can just add that in. Or maybe I just need to do something else with PowerShell, and I can add that in. And then I would need to configure this task to say, what am I actually doing? Where's my Docker registry? What's am I pulling down? Is there a Docker file that I need to do that? And then this is where I would path that, is to say Docker stuff / Docker file, right? It would be up to me to configure this. Or in my PowerShell, I would have to decide where's my path for my file, or what am I actually going to do here? And I can continue to just add tasks that build a software. And these would all be the manual tasks that I would normally undertake, but I'm just having the system run them. I can set up variables here. There are a bunch that are in there, but if I needed to add one like a build password, I could just add it in there. I could give it a value, and I could make it a secret so that other developers that might use this pipeline don't know what the password is. In this case, I have this enable continuous integration, which means that when I commit it to a certain branch, in this case master, then it builds. And do I want to build on every change, or do I want to batch them together if there are multiple changes? All of those things I can configure here and just run. Okay. As we saw, for me, I'm going to discard these changes. This thing actually ran, clicked the wrong one here a few minutes ago. And so that now succeeded and it's available. And it validated my code. And certainly I would always recommend you do this to make sure that nobody edited online like I did and made a mistake. In that case, I didn't break the SQL itself. But they haven't caused a problem. It runs on a different machine. We know what dependencies are required and all that stuff. And most importantly, we've run tests. Now, I didn't have unit tests in there, but I certainly could have unit tests in there. All right, let me keep going because I want to, oh, nope, I forgot something here. Releases. The CI is half the battle of building software, right? That makes sure that it's built and tested and it compiles. The other part is moving it across different environments. And so releases is how I would choose where to remove this software. If I look at this, this shows me the flow where I have artifacts, which are the items coming out of CI. So it could be an exe, a DLL. In my case, it's database code, but some sort of artifact that says this is the validated code that came out of CI. We then have stages, and here I have QA, staging, and production, and you can see that they're linked. And it's up to me to configure all this stuff. I can certainly add a new stage if I want to, in which case I would decide how do I do this. If I say empty job, it's there. I can now say, well, are there pre-deployment conditions, like this has to go after a stage, and I could say it has to go after QA, or maybe I have to say it has to go after QA and staging, right? Or maybe it's just one of them. And so you can see it generates a different flow for me so that I can understand. In this case, I'm saying it has to flow this way. I can say approver. So in this case, I have an approver here that somebody has to approve this deployment. So it can't just happen automatically, even though I could have triggers installed. This allows me to control what I want to do. If I look at this, this is very similar to the build in that I have tasks here that I'm following, and I have an agent that's here that I'm running on. Just like with the build, I can add other tasks in here to do what I need to do. Right? In terms of my releases, let's leave here. You can see in this case, this one actually succeeded, and if I were to go through here, I get the same type of logging that was available, and I see that in staging as well. And then in production, it didn't go, right? This was actually rejected from the approval standpoint. So I can track what happened as I'm moving code to production or even to QA or anywhere else. There's lots more in here. There's environments that allow me to set different places I deploy. Less useful for databases, more useful for other types of code. Library where I might keep variables so that I've got this set of code that I'm going to reuse across different components in my build process or my release process. Task groups are a similar type of thing, allow me to group things together. And deployment groups let me target groups of machines so that I can deploy in parallel. More useful in the cloud, less useful on premises, but all of these things could be either in the cloud or on premises. All right, I know I'm running low, so let's finish off. Test plans are really a way for you to document what you want people to do. I don't want to spend a lot of time here. I don't tend to use this as much in the database world, but you can give people smoke tests or things that they should do so that QA departments should know these are the types of things that we want to look at when we test. This is usually for manual tests. There are ways to run some of this on applications. I haven't found this as useful for databases, but in terms of applications where they might want to run load tests, they might want to run Selenium or something, this can be very valuable as well. Or even for manual processes, for somebody to say, I went through this stuff and I'm going to say, yes, this all passed. Those things are valuable. Artifacts, again, are less useful for databases, but this is a place where you can put packages together. And there's public packages that you might pull from NPM or the Python repositories or things, but there's also private packages. I find in a lot of companies, one group will build software that other groups consume. For example, we have certain types of code we use for SQL Compare or other products in Redgate that are shared amongst many products, certainly for some of our design elements. And so for developers that want to include those, they often will pull a NuGet package or an NPM package with those things in it to ensure that those packages exist for the build process and stuff. We can pull the same packages into the artifacts as well, ensure that they're there. Now, those are the major parts of Azure DevOps Online. There is an Azure DevOps server that you can install. This is something you download and put onto a machine that you control, okay? There are a few differences. I've pointed out a couple of them here. This stuff is changing all the time, so there may be more or less differences depending on where you are in the cycle, because Azure DevOps Online updates Used to be every quarter. Now I think they're doing it every single month, or maybe even more often. Azure DevOps Server, you would download a patch or a service pack or cumulative update and install those. I don't know the frequency of those, so the differences can come and go, but there's a link here that you can see. So let me summarize, and then if there's any questions, we'll take them. The main point I would put out is that Azure DevOps is this complete toolkit for a team of software developers of any type. This isn't Microsoft stack-based. There are plenty of people building on Linux, building C++ software or Java software, as well as the stuff you do in the Microsoft stack. There are people that certainly use this for all sorts of data-related tasks, whether that's Python or R, or it's SQL itself. You can build Oracle in here. You could build MySQL, certainly SQL Server or Cosmos or anything else. But it's a complete software development that links things together. And so I don't know, I didn't really show, I think, in one of those releases, but I think if I were to pick, the release that went down, I didn't have to go to proxy, but in essence, if I were to look at this Cloud Summit one, at least what I would see is that I have this development work that went on, and then if I were to try to figure out where this was deployed, I have links as well that help me know what's going on. So for me as a developer to track something I think I fixed that should have been deployed that didn't, I can figure out what happened. Or for me to understand what somebody else tried, I can go through and say, I can look at the bug, I can look at the commits, I can see the actual code, and I can decide what happened. I can see if it passed tests, and then are my tests correct? Do I need more tests? Or did it fail a test and somebody still deployed it? All of that stuff I can do. There's all these areas, and each project can have multiple instances of those so that I can really handle anything I want. I have actually seen at Build and at Ignite, customers come ask the team questions about Azure DevOps, and some of them are large Fortune 500 or even Fortune 100 companies that are building incredible pieces of software. For example, there's a very large airline in the US that uses this, and they actually showed their pipelines one time of 40 steps to build this application that we as consumers end up using to fly places. This is an incredible system for building software, and Microsoft actually uses this to build Azure DevOps itself, so it's there. It's free for 5 users. It's a great way to start an experiment. There are plenty of other tools that do CI and version control and release management, all those other things. They are great tools, and nothing against those. If you're using them, probably stick with them. But if you're looking to do something different, Azure DevOps is integrated, and I can't recommend it enough. So with that, here's my contact information. Please feel free to get a hold of me at any point in time. And then, Simon, are there any questions, anything that I've missed?
All right, absolutely great, Steve. I mean, I think you should change the name of your title. It should be like Deep Dive of Azure DevOps, and you should have a workshop of like 6 hours, a day of summit just for DevOps, because I believe this is so important, and I still believe that not many people have adopted it, to be honest, in their workplace. So here's a quick question for you, Steve. So now, for instance, and I'm not saying the truth, but for instance, that I have a team, right, of Python developers, right, and we want to go ahead and adopt this Azure DevOps, right? So what is the first step of adoption that you would suggest? What is the first thing that we should do?
So the first thing I would do is everybody on your team has to go to dev.azure.com and sign up. So you just need a Microsoft account of some sort. It doesn't have to be corporate. It can just be individuals. And then somebody would create a project in their organization, and you would just add your friends. So in the overall settings for your organization, your project, you can actually go in there and invite somebody if you know their account and say, I want this person to be part of my account. So for example, for me, I can go in and use the @ symbol and then type Grant Fritchie, and I'll find Grant online, and I can then say, I'm going to just invite Grant to my project, and then he'll be able to collaborate with me. He'll get the URL for the project, and then we can both download version control. We can start to share code through that way. We can build a CI system, all the different things we might want to do. But really, dev.azure.com, and just sign up with a Microsoft account and start practicing.
All right, then I think that's what we'll do it because we don't do it. I have a
Yeah.
small team of less than 5, so we'll
Yeah.
definitely go ahead and
Yeah.
try it.
You could use it to manage the Cloud Summit, like that work tracking. That's a great way to say, here's the schedule. Have we sent out emails? All that stuff, right? All that
Oh
stuff,
wow,
Steve.
that's
Simon will
important.
work.
Right? Sending out email, dropping calendar invites, sometimes missing
Yes.
people. That
Yeah.
is important. Absolutely great, Steve. I always love joining your session. It's very detailed and developers oriented, to be honest. Very less slides and a lot of demos in your session. So
Thank you.
yeah, thank you so much. Let's see if I am. Even Hasnan says, "Oh my goodness." Very interesting and informative. Thanks, Steve. Special thank. Oh, forget, don't mention me.
No, thanks, Simon. You put this together.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I feel embarrassed.
Yeah. No, be proud.
All right. That's great. Steve, any final thing you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
Nope. Just everybody stay safe, and hopefully I'll see you in 2022 doing something live and in person.
Yeah, I'll catch you sometime in US or in India. Until then, take care of yourself and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Simon. Bye-bye.
All right, with that absolutely great session by Steve. I always enjoy hosting Steve. I hosted him only twice, but still I think his sessions are absolutely great, very crisp. Let's go ahead and invite our next speaker. Before we do this, I think I'm only 1 minute in his session, but the LinkedIn stream is going to stop because we can stream only for 4 hours on LinkedIn. So I want everyone to please go ahead and start joining, to start watching over here. That is Azure Summit .live. That is super important. You definitely don't want to miss the next session. I'm going to give a couple of minutes for you all to join. Until then, what I'm going to do, I'm going to announce the winners for the live Q&As. Right? Our next speaker is very kind, and I'm sure he'll give us a couple of minutes. So the winners for the giveaways for live comments are one is in the count of 3, 2, 1. Let's see who wins it. Lucky draw. Please join on this link. Please join on this link, Azure Summit.live, for this next session. LinkedIn doesn't allow us to stream more than 4 hours. So you definitely don't want to miss the next session. We're going to stop streaming over there in a minute. Alok Srivastava from LinkedIn, congratulations. You win Cloud Summit swag kit. Take a screenshot of this. Drop us an email at simon@azuresummit.live. We'll make sure that we ship you the goodies next month, not this month. It's very busy. So now I'm going to drop from LinkedIn. Remove. Perfect. All right, it's time we go ahead and invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is David. David is going to talk about introduction to Azure Maps for developers. And he works at Microsoft as a technical program manager. We have had so many people from Microsoft, so kind of them. So let's go ahead and invite David. Hi, David. Welcome to Cloud Summit 2021.
Hello, Simon. Thank you very much for having me. Very excited to be here.
I'm really sorry. We had to update that video. We need to add ex-Microsoft MVP because once someone works at Microsoft, they're no more an MVP. But yeah, I'm really excited for your session on Azure Maps for developers. To be honest, we have not had any session around this topic. So I believe this is a very niche area. Right. And I definitely believe, and to be honest, there are not many people in the developers community even talking about it. So definitely looking forward to go ahead and learn about this very niche topic that you have for us today. I already see you're sharing your screen. I have added it to the stream. Everybody else can see it. And next 45 minutes is all.
All right. Awesome. Thank you very much. All right. Just as a quick introduction, I'm David Sanchez. I'm a program manager in the Azure Maps team. And I'm very excited to share basically what is Azure Maps and also what is new in Azure Maps. So let's start with the agenda. So I'm going to do a quick introduction of Azure Maps. I'm going to cover the features and capabilities of Azure Maps. We're going to talk about some use cases. I'm going to share some demos and sample code. I'm going to share the resources we have available for you. And also, if we have time, we can do a Q&A session. All right, so when we talk about Azure Maps, basically, Maps provides capabilities to developers to include location intelligence in your applications. And this is very important because right now, every company is a software company. And almost every application needs location capabilities. From validate an address, getting an address form in some kind of data entry application, to basically visualize a map in the application, in the web or mobile application, or also going something else beyond of the basic capabilities to basically have a geofence or data analytics with basically geographic data. So that's basically what we're going to cover in this session. So Azure Maps, it's a set of geospatial APIs that provide you as a developer the features and APIs that you need in order to include these location capabilities. Azure Maps is built on top of global trusted partners as data providers. One of them is TomTom, and the other one is AccuWeather. We're going to talk about the different service, and basically AccuWeather provides the weather data service. All right, so basically we have Azure Maps built in for enterprise. Right now, Microsoft offers two different mapping solutions. One of them is Bing Maps, which is more for the consumption through the basically Bing Maps website. And the other one is Azure Maps, which is more for the enterprise usage through basically any Azure subscription. Azure Maps basically, it's a native service of Azure, so meaning that you can use it with any Azure subscription. And also it's basically based on top of the Azure Security Center. It provides all the different compliance. It's based on the Open Geospatial Consortium standards. And also it's basically integrated with Azure Active Directory for the authentication. And also it's meeting all the different security compliance required for any other Azure service. All right. Another big difference of Azure Maps is that basically it provides the Azure capabilities of flexible pricing, meaning that only you pay for what you will consume. So that's an important differentiator that we have. And also you will get like a free monthly credits as part of your Azure Maps account. All right. In terms of the features we have available, the first one I'm going to cover is the maps control, the maps rendering. This is basically the map visualization that you see in the web and mobile applications. Then we have the SDKs. We have the Android SDK and we have the web SDK. We are going to launch very soon the iOS SDK. We have the routing service that basically provides simple routing from one point to another, also multi-routing through the matrix, basically batching capabilities, and also a waypoint optimization, meaning that if you have a set of addresses, Azure Maps can detect what is the best way to basically going through the route of these different points. We also have the search API. The search API is basically a set of different features. We have geocoding capabilities, converting one address to latitude and longitude coordinates. We have the reverse geocoding, which basically provides the latitude and longitude conversion to the nearest address. We have basically search for point of interest, and we have point of interest categories, and so on. So we're going to cover more details of this service later on. Next, we have the special operations. This is basically to create your fancies. If you need to basically calculate, like, let's say that you have asset tracking, like machines in some construction area, and you need to analyze basically when these machines are leaving or entering some specific area, you can do that with the special operations. Next, we have the traffic service that basically provides real-time traffic. This is updated every minute. And it provides incident detail of the data that you have available. So basically, it provides the traffic flow, and it's basically, you can visualize the traffic in some specific part of the city or so on. The other feature is the time zones. So this is very important, especially if you need to calculate the routings. You can get the different time zones, especially you have like long routes. We have the geolocation service, which basically it will become, and right now it's on preview, public preview. You can start using it. Basically, it's one of the services that you can query the location of an IP address. This is very important. If you're building a solution where it's important to customize the experience for the user to understand where they are located. For example, if you're building an application and you would like to understand what is the nearest data center location, you can do that through the geolocation. Or basically, if you want to customize the experience through showing basically what is the local currency of that country where the customer is located. The other service is the weather service. Weather service is basically providing the current and also the forecast weather up to 45 days. You can basically combine this data with the routing service. So if you need to calculate a long route and you would like to basically get the alerts of the weather conditions in some specific area, you can do that. The other service is the data storage, which is part of the Azure Maps Creator, which I'm going to talk later. We have the elevation service. The elevation service basically provides a coverage pole-to-pole in any part around the globe. And you can get basically the elevation from the sea level in any point around the globe. Then we have the Power BI integration. Basically, this is a data service that you can use as part of Power BI to visualize the different geographic data that you have with the different controls of Azure Maps. Something that I want to mention is that Azure Maps is supported in the government cloud. So if you have like customers in the government, you can basically start using Azure Maps in those kind of subscriptions. And the Azure Maps Creator is basically an indoor mapping solution. The goal of this service is to provide private map data. So right now, basically, the focus is for indoor facilities in campuses. This service provides the conversion of your CAD files that you have for the buildings and store it in the Azure Maps Creator. That's why we have the data storage service. And basically allows you to visualize the CAD files that you have inside of the Azure Maps. This is very important for use cases where you need to basically create maps or your indoor buildings. All right. Next on, we have the application of this location intelligence. So we have the mobility and logistics, basically for fleet management, deliveries, kind of applications. We have the electric vehicle routing. We have services that, like the routing service, that provides you basically a feature where you can compare how is the route of a car versus a truck, and also like what are the limits that some trucks can basically face in some specific route, like for example, low bridge, or some highways that don't allow basically to have like trucks with too much weight. We have the basically city management and field service planning. We have integration with IoT devices for asset tracking, especially with the Azure Maps Creator for the indoor mapping. You can create like basically heat maps. You can have like a facility mapping as well. And then we have basically store locators, a lot of uses for retail, and consumer web and mobile applications, and also special analytics as the one that I mentioned. Yeah, basically all through the satellite imagery that we have available in the web controls as well. All right. So the location-based service are the basic service that you need to enable in order to use the search, the routing, the traffic, and so on. So this location-based service is basically a set of REST APIs that you can basically start calling from any application, and these will provide basically the service that are mentioned in the screen. So the maps control the search, routing, traffic, time zones, and geolocation. As I mentioned, we have a set of basically web SDKs models. These models will basically provide you different samples of what kind of features, animations, visualizations you can use. This is basically an open source gallery that we have available for you. So if you would like to learn like how to deploy any of these features, you can explore the code. It's on GitHub. So basically, you can see all the different features that we have. and learn how to include it in your application through this sample code. So I'm gonna open this just to show you. Here we have the Azure Map Web SDK samples. As I mentioned, basically we have different kind of modules like the animations. We have all these different categories, mobile layers, controls, demos, device sensors, drawing tools, layers, red service, and so on. So if I would like to basically start with search and include address form in with auto suggest that basically is powered by jQuery, I can run this sample and I can learn from this, like, okay, how this start. So for example, I can put an address here, and this service basically will work with auto suggest. Let me look for this, where you see like all the different addresses that basically are provided. So once that I select like any specific, like for example, address from here, you see that it will take the street address, city, county, state, and so on. So if I would like to deploy something like this in my code, I can explore the source code. And from here, I should be able to learn how to incorporate this basically sample in as part of my application. So something that I would like to mention is the Azure Maps provides two ways to authenticate. One is through the Azure Active Directory, which is the one that we are showing right here. It's basically through a token. And the other one is through basically the this subscription key. So that's basically the author module that we can incorporate. So if you would like to explore like how we get the token, we have that as part of the GitHub repo. But yeah, basically this is powered by jQuery, so all the different libraries are imported here, and you can basically see how this is calling the search API in order to get the address, and then basically structure the address that we have from the JSON response. All right, and same with other examples. For example, we have the auto-suggest, but visualizing in a map. So if I'd like to look for, let's say, Starbucks, I get all the different addresses. So let's select this one, and I should be able to visualize it in the map. So same thing, if you would like to learn how to include this as part of your application, you can learn from this code. It's basically JavaScript, which is part of the web SDK that we have. Yeah, this is basically how it works. If you would like to use the alternative subscription key, instead of doing the Active Directory authentication, you can just uncomment this section and put the subscription key, and that's it. Something important is that you can have multiple data sources. In this example, we are just having one data source. But if you would like to, let's say, visualize the coffee shops and also restaurants, you can add like multiple layers with different data sources. And this is basically how the jQuery autocomplete works. This is calling the REST API, and that's basically adding the sample. All right, so I mean, we can go through different other examples. We have, for example, the load point of interest. We have a fuzzy search, search POIs along the route. So this is basically combining different services. One is for the routing, and the other one is for the search for the point of interest. So in this case, we are basically calculating the route from Seattle to Redmond, and we are looking for pizza places that are basically close to this location. So you can see here, basically, these are the different POIs that we have for pizza places, and this is how to calculate the route. So a lot of use cases from this example. You can explore basically what different modules we have. Same with for special analytics, basically. Special math, and so on. So symbols, the different icons that you can import into the maps control, third-party controls, like for example, the one with Celsium. We have also like multi-layer in case that you need to put an image on top of the map visualization. You can read this data also from different sources. You can see like how you would like to visualize this data, and so on. We also have the map controls, so you can visualize in different styles. So for example, the map style picker, you can select if you would like to have like a hybrid visualization using the satellite imagery that is actually provided by Airbus, as you can see here. You can zoom in and you can get like a better basically rendering of these images. So like other use cases for this, so on. So you can see like there are also other kind of different visualizations. So if you need to create, control, and so on. So it's basically depending on how you like to look this. If you want to explore the source code in order to deploy something like that, you can see here how the control works and also how you can basically set the different control that you like for the visualizer. All right, so different styles. Okay, same with, for example, weather. If you are interested in the weather service, you can get like for example, the current weather in some specific part of the map. Just click whatever you would like to get this weather. So if I click here in the Seattle area or Washington area, it's right now 17. If I click on the Mexico, it's basically 23. If I click on Costa Rica, it's also like 31. So I can get like basically the weather, current weather in anywhere inside the map. And I can also get the weather from the route. So I can get like basically weather like points. And if this is a long route, like let's say Seattle to New York, and we have like severe conditions going on in that route, basically I should be able to get like the points during the route in case that I have like rain conditions or snow or things like that. The other service I'd like to show you here is the elevation. So for the elevation, we have like the elevation along the route. So this will allow me to see, for example, what is the elevation compared with the sea level. So right now, the top that I have is 125 meters. This is important, especially if I am driving like electric car and don't want to force the motor of the vehicle, or if I am doing biking. Basically, I can see like what are the most flat routes as part of this. Also, we have the elevation for a bounding box. This is important if I would like to have, like, for example, measure for some specific area. Let's say this area that I have here. So I can select this box, and this will basically give me the elevation point to the sea level compared. In this case, we almost have like a 1 kilometer compared with 500 meters in this green zone. So from that, I can do it in any part around the globe. So as I mentioned, this is basically coverage pole to pole. And yeah, I mean, you can explore the authored services from here. The other one is the waypoint optimization. So this is basically giving a set of addresses. In this case, it's 7 addresses that I have here. If I calculate the route in the specific order that I have here, you can see here, it's basically 145 kilometers. If I would like to optimize this route through the different points that I have, you can see that the order changed. Now I have 92 kilometers. So that's basically another use of the route API and so on. So now continue with the presentation. Basically, you can explore these open source web SDKs module samples. And yeah, this is a great way to learn not only what features are available in Azure Maps, but also how to deploy it in your applications. If we go through this, basically through the features really quick, well, we have the maps. This is basically provided through the different imagery. We have the different controls that I show. And also we have the documentation for this. So if I go back here, I can see the map control documentation. So this is basically the web SDK. If you would like to learn not only by samples, but to read the documentation, you can see like how to use this Azure Maps control. So you can explore here the different code that we have. And you can create like a map account, change the different styles, how to add controls to the maps, add the symbol layers, pop up in the map, HTML markers, and image layer, and so on. So yeah, show the traffic. The traffic is another example that we have here. So we go back to traffic. You can see, like, for example, the different samples that we have here for traffic. So one of them is the traffic control. So we have the map rendering basically in a basic way. And also you can customize the way it will visualize. If I turn on the traffic, then it will basically visualize how the traffic conditions are right now. And as you can see, I get basically data of the incidents that we have. In this case is traffic jam. And this is basically real time. So this is provided and updated every minute. This is data that comes from TomTom, as you can see here. And you get also how the traffic is in the green zones is fast and basically slow in the red ones. All right. So yeah, this is basically the different documentation of the maps controls on the web SDK as well. So going back to the presentation, we also have the map controls here. Let me see. Map controls. So basically, this is through the web SDK, as I mentioned before. We have the geocoding. That's basically providing the capability of converting address to longitude and latitude. And one point that I'd like to mention is that you can do in one API call basically a batch of address. So you can get out up to 10,000 transactions or queries in just that API. This is provided to 86 countries. And if you would like to explore the documentation for this API, you can see here. So basically, this is the different search service. You can get here the search address. So you have here like all the different parameters, and you have a sample of this request. So basically, this is providing the longitude, latitude, the full address, and you can do also the get address reverse, which basically you will provide the longitude and latitude, and it will give you the nearest location. So here is basically a sample of the query, and this is the sample response. We also have one for cross the street. We have address structure. We have a search fuzzy that's basically looking for anything, an address, a point of intercept, a point of interest category, and so on. You can look for a polygon. You can look for address batch. This is the one that I mentioned. If you would like to basically query multiple address, and you can look up to 10,000 addresses. And yeah, going back to the presentation, well, we have the coverage for decoding. We have point of intercept address, more than 100 point of interest categories. And yeah, you can do also this for batch search. Rerouting, as we show it, basically you have the multi-point optimization, batch routing, matrix routing, and so on. So you can have up to 150 intermediate points. In terms of traffic, this is supported in 80 countries and basically provides the traffic flow. The incidents are updated every 2 minutes. The time zones basically, well, you can see here like all the different areas, but it's basically a simple service that will give you the time zone associated with some specific location. The IP to location, this is basically giving you the location of an IP address of the country. Special operations, as I mentioned, basically to create a geofence. The weather service is basically the one that could give you not only visualization of the map, but also could give you alerts of the severe weather conditions, and also a forecast up to 45 days. The Azure Maps result in Power BI, basically it's a component that you can add for visualize like geographic data. It's supported in the Power BI desktop, Power BI web, and also the Power BI service, embedded. This will provide you rich visualization, it's one of the controls that you can use in Power BI. Also, Azure Maps is supported in Power Maps, so in Power Apps, in Power Apps, so where you can also like basically include controls of the maps web controls, and also you can use the search for address. So basically, you will have here the different kind of visualizations, as you can see in the GIF. Just including the controls that you have for input for address validation, and basically the map control for the web control that you have there. You can also customize the style, which one you would like to visualize. And it's basically the low-code, no-code solution for creating apps with maps. All right, the Azure Maps Creator is basically the one that allows you to visualize the indoor mapping that you have. So this service will provide the conversion of CAD files to maps controls, so to the map visualization. And you will be able to use all the different features of Azure Maps, like the rendering, the feature state. You can customize the styles. Doing the spatial data query using the open spatial consortium standards. As you can see in the image that we have in the right, you can basically see like the different styles condition that you have. For example, if you have like temperature devices in the rooms, you can customize like how these rooms will look like. If you have like occupancy sensors, you should be able to visualize that. You can create alerts in the building, for example, if a door is open and things like that. So basically, we have the SDK in order to not only visualize the map, but to interact with the map as a user for a floor picker and integration with the indoor and outdoor functionality. This is a great solution for a smart building or smart place solutions, like automation of the building systems for energy management, space utilization. This can be integrated with the Microsoft Graph, and asset tracking as well. We have the occupant experience, room booking, routing, and so on. So if you would like to know like how to get from one part of the building to one specific room or one specific office, you can do that. And also we have the workplace analytics. So to show you an example of this, let me open this website. This is actually how Microsoft is using right now this solution for the Microsoft buildings in the campus. Yes, so here we have one of the Microsoft buildings. If I zoom out, basically, as you can see, it's like any other Azure Maps solution. If I zoom in, I will be able to see like this map, this indoor mapping of this Microsoft building. If I zoom in like close enough, I should be able to see like basically who are assigned to this different office. And this is basically provided through the Microsoft Graph API. If I zoom out, I will lose the data. This basically solution is in the Microsoft lobbies, in the Microsoft building lobbies. So you can look for like some specific person, place, or building. You can look like for a conference room that are available, the focus rooms, the exits of the buildings, as you can see here. For example, you can see for the fire extinguisher, these or the exits of the buildings that you have. You can also interact with the different floor pickers. So let's see, here are basically the second floor and the different people assigned to that floor. If I go back to the first floor and I select, like, for example, this office, I can get directions from here. So I can get directions from the lobby to this office. And yeah, this is a great solution to basically creating like a smart building solutions. So yeah, you also have the opportunity to look for an author building. So for example, if I would like to jump to this one, you can create a route from this specific office to the author conference room in the author building. All right. And something important is that you can integrate it with other IoT solutions, for example, digital twins. Yeah, you can connect it to the different IoT devices that you have there. For example, for temperature or for basically occupant devices. This service basically works in this way. So you provide the drawing of the package, the CAD files that you have for your buildings. This will store the service, use the conversion service. This will store it in a validated blob. And then from that, you can basically start using the data service data set and start using the tile set and the feature state to interact with the building options. So defining what type of rooms, basically what will define if it is free, if it is busy, if it is occupied, and changing the styles of the visualization, so on. So basically it's a very complete solution for the indoor map provisioning service. As part of the resources that we have, from here you can go through the azuremaps.com. This will redirect you to the Azure website of Azure Maps, the front page. Then we have the Azure Maps documentation. We have different tutorials for getting started. We have the Azure Map blog, where we blog about different things that are new in Azure Maps. We have the technical blog. We have the case studies from different customers. We have the sample gallery that I show you, and we have different videos to talk about the different features that are provided by Azure Maps. And that's basically everything in my presentation. I hope you find this service and this presentation useful. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And yeah, I don't know if we have enough time to cover like any question right now. But yeah, that's basically the presentation I prepared. I hope you enjoy it. And yeah, thank you for watching.
All right, David, that is absolutely great. As I said, I've never seen many sessions around Azure Maps. So I wanted to ask your team, right? You are a program manager. You are a team. What are some of the challenges people would face to go ahead when they start with Azure Maps, and maybe what are some of your road plans, or maybe when the customers are using, what are their feedbacks around it?
Yeah, great question. So right now, basically, we are focusing on growth awareness. Not a lot of developers know about this service, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
So we basically are trying to grow awareness of the Azure Maps provide a set of geospatial APIs, so developers can start using the service. Basically, what we are focusing on right now is to accelerate this basically innovation through the Azure Maps platform by adding like different features, integration with other Azure services. Yeah, for example, right now we GA Azure Maps Creator like around 4 or 5 months ago. This is basically a service that can help a lot of different solutions for indoor mapping. And also we are integrating other solutions, like, for example, the IoT service that I mentioned. And we are adding like service in preview. Right now, as I mentioned as part of the presentation, we have the iOS SDK coming up. We have the wayfinding, which is basically the routing for the indoor mapping, coming up very soon. And yeah, we are working on other services. We are going to GA the geolocation, which is the service used for getting the location from an IP address. So that's basically the focus that we are basically putting all the effort right now.
That's a lot. That's a lot you guys are doing at this moment. So David, now you did share a lot of resources and all the insight. Now, if someone has to stay updated, what's coming up next? What is the best place one should go? Right? Is it like the Azure portal or somewhere else?
Yeah, great question. I will refer them to the Azure Maps docs, so aka.ms/Azure Maps docs. From there, you can get like the samples that I show, the different basically documentation of how to get started, and how to create an account, how to deal with the authentication, and then how to deploy these different features in your applications.
Is there also any customers, people or customers who are using this product already?
Yes. So if you go to aka.ms/Azure Maps case studies, you will find there basically a sway with different customers using Azure Maps in different industries. So yeah, we have customers using it in retail, in logistics, and so on, transportation, and more. Yeah.
That's great. Rahul says this is something new to learn. To be honest, this is really something new to learn. Any final thing, David, you want to plug in before we move to the next session?
No, just a recommendation to explore the different samples we have. We put a lot of effort in that. There are like more than 270 samples, so it's very good resources. All of them are open source with different use cases. So if you would like to not only learn about what is available in Azure Maps, but how to deploy it, that's a great recommendation.
All right, David, that was absolutely great. I really enjoyed looking at the Azure Maps for the very, very first time. I believe everyone watching now and later on, once we archive that video, they'll definitely get to learn a lot and maybe go ahead and try it. It looks like a very promising product. Thank you so much once again. I know it's weekdays. Really appreciate your time for contributing to the community. Love to have you back whenever you're available. Until then, take good care of yourself and we'll see you soon. Sarah,
awesome.
Bye.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, now that you have learned something new today, I mean, I never heard about Azure Maps, but it's so cool. Definitely go and check it out. I have dropped some link in the comments. Also, don't forget to check out the case studies. I couldn't find that link, but never mind. Even if you Google it, you should be able to get the case studies. I always like to go ahead and read the case studies on how customers are using our product. So yeah, that is something good to learn. Now we move to our next session, but before we move to our next session, we still have about 10 minutes. So let's take a quick break and we will be back soon.
Life in operations. It's a mix of planned and unplanned work. Operators frequently find themselves getting interrupted with an endless stream of tickets, often for doing the same things over and over again, and those tickets are often escalations to yet another team. Resolving these tickets leads ops teams to searching documentation and runbooks, looking for steps to complete routine procedures. Hopefully, the docs are up to date and the operator has access, and they don't make a mistake. And of course, that the business can afford to wait. Wouldn't it be great if there was a better way? What the operators really need is their runbooks to be automated. Here's where Rundeck can help. Rundeck by PagerDuty is a leading solution for runbook automation. Customers use Rundeck to delegate automation to the right people in the organization. Now users get self-service access to operations that previously only subject matter experts could perform. Rundeck automates IT workflows and processes, replacing the previously manual procedures found in documentation. Rundeck doesn't replace existing automation. It makes existing automation, scripts, and commands more secure, auditable, and safe to run. Rundeck is a central hub for automation, connecting key tools and infrastructure in operations workflows. Rundeck helps teams resolve incidents quicker, avoid interruptions, and get more done, all while ensuring things are locked down and remain compliant. First responders are empowered to resolve incidents themselves instead of escalating, minimizing disruptions and reducing outage time. Operators become more productive. Developers stay focused. IT users can solve problems for themselves with the click of a button. Rundeck customers regularly see 60% shorter incidents, escalations cut in half, and 15 to 20% increase in productivity. Sign up for a demo today.
Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. We get it. You were hoping that PowerShell would save your day, but you figured out that it is not user-friendly for non-experienced colleagues. Managing the increased demand on IT is a growing challenge, and running scripts manually is still very time-consuming and complex. Welcome to Script Runner, the #1 for PowerShell management. Script Runner runs on PowerShell scripts. It combines everything you need to efficiently manage and automate your complex IT infrastructure. With Script Runner, you'll be able to make it easy for your team to perform administrative tasks without any knowledge of PowerShell, have a transparent overview on all PowerShell activities, and most importantly, free up your IT resources for more relevant tasks such as innovation and development. Download your free trial now and unlock the power of PowerShell.
All right, everyone, welcome back. This is the final session that we have for you on day 9, part 2 of Cloud Summit 2021. And for this session, we have someone joining us from Netflix. I'm excited for the fact that someone is joining us from Netflix. He is Tejas Chopra. We have hosted him a couple of times in our different live shows and virtual conferences. And he's going to talk about upskilling for multi-cloud world. Very interesting topic. And he shares I believe he would share some great facts about multi-cloud. So yeah, without any further ado, let's invite him to the live show.
Hi everyone, this is Tejas Chopra here.
Oh, we'll start. Let's do a couple of minutes chit chat.
Yes.
Hi Tejas, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you, Simon? Good
I'm
to see
doing
you.
absolutely good. I mean, looks like you have changed your location, isn't it? From the
Yes,
last time.
I moved houses, so it was a different house.
Really?
This is a different house. Yes.
Never mind. It looks good. I miss your plant in the background. I got one this time. You moved
it was a fake plant.
Oh,
anyway.
Mine is real.
Okay, nice.
All right, Tejas, I won't take much of your time, right? I already see you are sharing your screen. Okay, I'm going to add it to the stream. And yeah, next 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. And hi, everyone. My name is Tejas Chopra, and I work at Netflix. Today, I will be talking about upskilling for a multi-cloud world. So we know that in today's enterprises go on cloud, and they have several options available to them: Azure, AWS, and GCP, to name a few. But as developers, you need to have skills that can apply to any of them, because in the past I've worked at companies that have used different cloud providers. So how do you upskill yourself as a developer for this multi-cloud world? That is something that we'll discuss today. The brief agenda for my talk: I will give a brief introduction about what I do. We'll get into cloud storage, costs and footprint. So in this multi-cloud world, my focus for this talk is storage. It's a very broad topic. There's storage, there's compute, there's networking. But I feel that storage is a good starting point for us to think about these different options and explore them. We learn about cloud storage that exists today. What are some of the caveats and learnings? And then I'll give a brief example of how can you design cloud design storage solutions. So how can you employ techniques such as compression, deduplication, and encryption to design effectively for any cloud environment? Then we'll get into what the future of cloud holds and some learnings and takeaways. As you know, I am a senior software engineer at Netflix. What I do is I actually write services and infrastructure to manage the exabyte scale data and billions of assets that are produced by Netflix studios and streaming platforms. Along with that, I'm also an international keynote speaker. I talk on cloud computing, distributed systems, and blockchain. Prior to Netflix, I worked at a company called Box, where I was again responsible for architecting the storage infrastructure for millions of customers and petabytes of data. I have experience working in a bunch of companies and startups like Samsung, Tensilica, Datrium, and Apple. So today we see that a lot of the enterprises are moving to cloud. And the reason that they're exploring cloud is because cloud provides ease of manageability. You do not have to buy the infrastructure or manage the infrastructure yourself. You focus on the business problems, and someone else who is good at doing that will take care of managing this infrastructure, scaling it appropriately when the requests are either when you get a burst of requests or you get lesser number of requests, scaling it appropriately and ensuring that you only pay for the services that you use. So this saves a lot of the capex costs that are associated with storage, compute, and networking that enterprises have traditionally paid. However, not every good thing in life is free. So with storage as well on cloud, there are costs associated with it. You might think that the cost would only be to store the data, but that's not exactly true. There is a cost to put the data into the cloud. There's a cost to store the data in the cloud. And furthermore, there is cost to read the data out of the cloud. This is akin to thinking that, oh, if you've uploaded pictures on Facebook, it's free. But when you want to view pictures, you have to pay a cost. And that's what the cloud does. And these are the economics of cloud around which you have to design your systems. And this is true across most of the cloud providers. They vary in terms of how much of egress, what's the cost for the egress, and what are the different tiers of egress, but more or less, this is what they charge for. So for example, if you have a file that is stored in cloud, and if the file is read many times, you actually pay the cost every time. Now imagine if you were at Box and you have hundreds of petabytes of data. And furthermore, if you're at Netflix and you have exabytes of data, you would just pay $1 billion over 5 years to just read the data out of cloud. And that is very cost prohibitive for enterprises. So if you have a regular cloud, what people do in order to reduce their cloud bill is use three options: right sizing, reserved instances, and exploring storage. By right sizing, you choose the right instance for a particular workload. So you are not using a lot of wasting a lot of computer memory, and you just want to fit the workloads appropriately. You want to reserve the instances in advance so that you can predict how much your service will grow. And generally, the reserved instance pricing is slightly lesser than spot instances that you get. And storage. By exploring different alternatives on storage and archival policies and tiers, we can actually go and reduce the cloud bill. In this particular case, for this session, I would explore how compression and deduplication can reduce the file footprint on cloud. These are techniques that are used traditionally in on-premise file systems, and we will see how they can work in conjunction with encryption for cloud. When you think about building a multi-cloud system as a developer or as someone who's exploring this, what are some of the things that you want to focus on? The first thing is understanding the different APIs of cloud and cloud providers and the caveats. For example, streaming is a great caveat. So some cloud providers allow you to get the file, buffer it, and then send a request with the entire file inside the request. Now that can be prohibitive if you want to stream a large number of files, or a large size of files. So for that purposes, what you do is you would actually chunk up the file into pieces and then stream or send each of the piece as a blob to the cloud storage. Some providers have started giving streaming support where you initiate a request, you stream the bits, and then you terminate the request for the cloud providers. And that is, you have to explore as a developer which of these alternatives you want to take. There are advantages to streaming directly because you do not need a temporary space where you want the file to be collected and then issue a request to the cloud. But at the same time, when you do have that temporary space, you can apply some logic there, such as compressing it or deduplicating it. So it's a trade-off between ease of use of the APIs or exploring different alternatives on top of the data that you want to send. The other is checksums. So either when you're sending a file to cloud, you can either compute the checksum yourself and then attach it in the payload and send it to the cloud. And what cloud will do is it'll actually write the data to its disk or whatever is the hardware that is in the backing store, and then compute the checksum at that point. And it'll compare with the checksum that you've passed. If they do not match, the request will fail. So this way, your puts or your uploads will just fail right away. The other alternative is that you actually send a request to cloud and cloud responds back with a checksum that it has computed. So in this case, you do not have to compute the checksum. The disadvantage of this approach is that even if there was a bit flip, you would actually get it in the request would still succeed and you would get a checksum out of the request. So there are trade-offs to both approaches, for example. The second important point is understanding what availability and durability means. So S3 says that it has 11 nines of durability. Now what that, and it also claims that it has 4 nines of availability, and not just S3, there is Microsoft Azure and GCP also having similar claims. So as developers, we need to understand the difference between availability and durability. Availability implies that the data is stored in the cloud, but can you reach the data? And can you access it right now? And this could be because of so many reasons. It could be that the service is down, but your data is safe at that point. You just cannot access it, or the network is down. And 99.99 implies that you probably have a downtime of around 8 minutes for the year where you cannot access it, versus 99.9 is in hours. So 5 hours or 6 hours, I believe. Durability, on the other hand, implies that if you've written data, what is the probability that the data is missing or not present? So this is different than availability. And 11 nines is what we have from all these major cloud providers, and that is actually we really need high durability because you need to trust the backing store to store your data. The third important caveat in understanding a multi-cloud system is to understand the different tiers in cloud storage. So not all data has the same level of importance. And you can think of it, for example, with a Netflix show. So let's say that we are releasing a new show, and we know that the first week, a lot of people will try to download it or like watch it on demand. So that would be ideal if it is saved in a layer of the or in a tier that has hot data. And for that, what you have is quick access, really low latency, and also a lot of cache hits, because a lot of these clients will try to connect to the database or to the data store and try to read that data. We can also have content distribution networks fetch this hot data and cache it. So you want all of that data to be in the hot tier. But over a period of time, let's say a month or 2 months, you want this data to move to different tiers of storage. And the reason is twofold. One is that not a lot of people will be accessing this data, so it's okay to move to cold storage. Second, cold storage is cheaper than hot storage. So you would ideally want to slowly put the data into colder levels of storage. Finally, when all of your data, when you see no request pretty much for the show, you would probably use some archival tier for it to put it in, like deep glacier or other tiers where the cost is even lesser, but the latency to fetch that result back is higher. So it's a trade-off between how you design your cloud storage tiers. The other important thing to note here is that many enterprises also have on-premise storage that works in conjunction with cloud storage. So a lot of the hot data is stored in on-premise, or a lot of the temporary data is also stored in on-premise, so that it never makes its way to cloud, and you can delete those files. This saves the storage space on cloud. It also saves the put request cost of putting the data on cloud. And that is the next point, actually. So this will also help to improve the latencies, because from not cloud is not always reachable by all locations, but you can have a local data center that's around the place where clients are accessing the data, and that would be faster. An important thing to note when designing for cloud is security, because that is one of the cornerstones of the decisions that you take, whether to move to cloud or stay on premise. And you should always try to design systems in a way where fault domains should be an enterprise. So there's a term called reducing the blast radius. And that's what we would like to do with designing for the cloud, where even if things do not work, they do not bring the entire system down. In terms of upskilling is what skills should one develop so that they are better prepared for the world of tomorrow, where we will have even more cloud providers and decentralized clouds, etc. So the first thing is to explore different cloud APIs and their alternatives. There are tons of options. For example, if you just want to look at the databases, there are so many databases that are available even within a single cloud provider, but they differ from each other in what kind of data they are optimized to store. So there are some key value databases, there are some blob databases, blob stores. Even with like storage, there is just a simple storage services that you get from Azure, AWS, and GCP. But there are also file systems. Elastic File System is a great example. These are live file systems that can run on cloud. So they are not object stores. So exploring these different options and picking the right one is very critical. The other thing you could do is start with a simple free machine on one of these providers and start writing code. It could be a simple web service with some getters and setters. Try to use serverless. Serverless is very important because it can untie you from any infrastructure. You just have to pay for the times your code is invoked. And it's a very different way to think about cloud. Also, I would recommend reading about and learning about API gateways. They help control the access to cloud. So it'll teach you basics of authentication, authorization, how APIs have to be designed, and how you can split your microservices on the cloud. Keep a tab on the metrics. One of the great things about cloud alternatives are that they give you great dashboards and ability to view into your systems and services. And it's important that when we are designing even a simple service, we keep all of these in mind, because that's generally the practices that you would use to deploy any service. And metrics need to be in place before you actually release anything. And like I said, there are several database options such as SQL, NoSQL, key value stores, also graph databases. It depends on your use case and how the costs and other things line up. Depending on that, you'll have to choose a database. So these are some of the things that you can start off with in terms of upskilling. Now I'll get into how, let's say you wanted to design a system and it's a simple store of files and folders on the cloud. How would you use some techniques that you've probably explored before in software and design for the cloud? Compression, deduplication, and encryption will coexist in this design. So compression is nothing but the ability to reduce the size of the stored object by compressing the object during writes and reading back the decompressed object during reads. There are several techniques for compression. There's gzip, lzip, lz4. Some of them are lossy, some of them are lossless. But the important thing to note while designing it is that not all data is compressible. In fact, media files are not, images are not, text files are very compressible. There is an overhead when you compress data because you have to accumulate the data, run a compression algorithm on it, and then send it over. Compression algorithms are generally fast, but they are CPU intensive. So for file storage operations, overhead is generally less than 2%, which is acceptable. But it is not very acceptable for streaming videos because you will then see the lag in the video. I have seen compression ratios north of 5x at companies such as Box. The second one is deduplication. Deduplication is actually when you have the same file being stored by multiple applications or by the same application again, then instead of creating two different copies of the file on cloud, you will store one copy and maintain references to that particular copy. You will hand out references to these users and apps. The important thing to note is even if one user tries to delete the file, you do not delete the file because there could be other users reading that same file. And the other part is how do you check whether there is a duplicate or not? So there are two ways in which you can check for duplicates before storing the file. First one is online deduplication, and then there's offline deduplication. In online deduplication, you check for a duplicate before you send the file to cloud. So you will have to manage some state locally to see what all files are present in cloud. And then typically every file has a signature associated with it. So you can compute a hash of the file, and that hash is a 512-bit or a 256-bit signature of the file. And even if one byte of the file is different, it'll have a completely new signature. So by comparing these signatures, you can say that the two files are the same. In online deduplication, we employ those. So we locally store the signature of all the files that are present in cloud. And for an incoming stream of bits, we will compare before we send to cloud if the signatures match. And if so, we will not even issue a request to cloud. In offline deduplication, you would actually send the file to cloud, but have a background thread or a daemon in cloud that will periodically check different files and see if they are the same and remove the duplicates and update the references. Obviously, one of them is easier to implement than the other. Offline is much easier to implement. Online requires a lot of state management, and it is a distributed system. So you will have so many users uploading so many files. Maintaining those signatures locally can be challenging. Till now, I've talked about files as a unit of storage, but at companies such as Netflix, each file can actually be hundreds of gigabytes if it's a huge movie file. So even if a pixel has changed, it would result in a new signature, and you would be unable to deduplicate two different movie files. So the way we can do that is we can actually deduplicate at chunk level instead of file level. So you have a file, you split it into multiple chunks, and then each chunk is stored as an object. And you can then deduplicate 90% of the chunks if some of the pixels have changed. So those are techniques that you can use to design your deduplication engine. Also, deduplication boundaries are dictated by security. So let's say that you have multiple enterprises that you're supporting as a storage solution. And some of these enterprises share the same file for whatever reason. It's probably a bulletin that has been released by the government, and all of them have the same copy of that. The easiest thing is if you can deduplicate them and have just one copy of it. But it comes with implications of security. So for security reasons, you always try to keep your deduplication domain as an enterprise. So only all the files within an enterprise get deduplicated across each other. And this is a diagram that shows deduplication in action. So you have some data, you generate the hash value from each of these files, and the hash values get compared. So similar looking colors are similar files actually. And eventually we just keep one copy of these files and replace the other copies with a pointer to that particular copy. Third one is encryption. So encryption is something that is one of the, again, cornerstones of choosing cloud. It is obfuscating the data to avoid any unauthorized access on the wire or at rest. Encryption over the wire is generally solved by TLS. There are two strategies that are employed for encryption generally. One is the client-side encryption and the other is server-side encryption. In client-side encryption, before you send a file to cloud, you will encrypt it on your end and you will encrypt it with some keys. Now the keys can either be stored on your system or you can use cloud solutions to store those keys as well. So all the bits that you're sending over the network are already encrypted and then they reach the cloud provider. In server-side encryption, you do none of this. You rely on the server to encrypt your data. So you just use the HTTP endpoints of the cloud provider that can give you TLS encryption over the wire. And then you use server-side encryption options so that the data that lands on the server is encrypted later. I have seen that in most organizations, in Netflix and Box as well, clients prefer encrypting the data before they send it to the server. The other important fact is at Netflix, file sizes are often greater than the max cloud storage size. So we chunk the data for deduplication and we leverage the same for encryption. Importantly, each chunk is encrypted separately, and we'll get into what are the implications of doing that. One thing to note is that encrypted data is not compressible and it is rarely dedupable. So with this information, if we were to design a system that has all three, how would we order our system? We would encrypt last. Because encryption will not allow you to dedupe or compress data that has been encrypted, you would want to do all of these operations before sending the data to cloud. Especially if client-side encryption is used, it means you have to employ online deduplication and compression on the client side. Design can get complicated. Like I said, at Netflix, we actually encrypt each chunk separately with its key. Now that reduces the probability of deduplication because even if two chunks are similar, because they are encrypted using different keys, they will end up being two completely different files on the backend. But if we were to maintain a single encryption key per pool of objects, that would mean that two chunks, even if they are encrypted, because they are encrypted with the same key, they would still end up as the same file on the backend. And that would mean that we can deduplicate them even after encryption. However, there are implications of security when you try to use one encryption key for a pool of objects. The second rule is deduplicate first. So we want to employ online deduplication because that is the initial point of starting the upload to cloud. And when the data is being streamed, like I said, we would maintain a global pool of these signatures or fingerprints. These are nothing but hashes of the data. You compare the current object or chunk's fingerprint with all the fingerprints in this pool. And if the data is present in the pool, that means that there is a file on the backend that is similar to the file that you're streaming. So there's no need to stream the file. What you would instead do is increase the ref count of the fingerprint, which is the reference count, and return the reference to the stored object on cloud. The reason we deduplicate first and not compress first is because compression algorithms can change. By deduplicating first, you're protecting against any change in these algorithms in the future. So if we come to an optimum write flow, when you are designing the system for cloud, and I've used AWS as an example here, but it is the same as Azure or any other system, you will have an on-premise system that can have local storage, and this will give you benefit of egress costs not going to cloud. So you will just, all your reads should be ideally served from your local store, and your writes would actually make their way to the cloud as a write through. So when the file is first received, we first check in the global fingerprint table if the file's fingerprint is present here. Assuming that the file's fingerprint is not present here, we would actually compress the file first, and then we will write it locally. Once we've written the file locally, we would then upload by encrypting the file and issue a cloud API upload. This would put the object in the cloud bucket. Once we've done that, with the response, we would update our fingerprint table with the location of the file in the cloud storage. Now, when a read request gets issued, you would first try to check if the read is present in the local storage or not. If the read is present in the local storage, you just serve the read from that point. Let's say in this case, the read is not present in the local storage, and this is the first time we are reading this object. So we would first check the location of the object in the fingerprint table. It would tell us that the location is in a particular URL of the cloud bucket. And then we would issue a read to the cloud. From the cloud, we would get an encrypted compressed object back. So we would apply the reverse of what we did when we wrote. We would first decrypt it, store it in the local storage, and then decompress it and return the successful read request. So takeaways and learnings from this. Many organizations, such as Box, first store the data on-premise and then upload it to cloud. This saves the egress cost. At Netflix also, we do something similar. And our reasoning is a lot of the files are temporary in nature. For example, when you're creating a movie, many artists work on different assets. Only 1% of the assets eventually make it to the movie. A lot of them are temporary in nature and will get deleted. You do not want to pay the cost of storing this on cloud, and also the cost of putting the put request that you send to cloud. So on-premise systems help you shield all of those costs. The second thing is, in terms of the future of cloud, today we rely on centralized cloud providers. And these are enterprises in their own right. They can look into the data. They can also probably lose access to your data. And that has happened in the past with Netflix, where our cloud provider just went down and Netflix was down for everyone. But the future would be decentralized cloud, which means that it will not be owned by any enterprise. We will have a bunch of users or nodes across the globe, and they will leverage blockchains to have a marketplace for folks that are looking for storage and folks that want to provide storage. There are a lot of examples of such cloud providers such as Storj and SiaCoin, and the cost for them is 10 times lower than the cost for traditional cloud providers, which is very interesting. The only thing that is holding them back, there are two reasons. One is the scale. So they do not have the number of users or the scale at which an enterprise would want to bet on them. And the second is performance. So they have variability in latency because it depends on where the nodes are located across the world. With more users participating in these marketplaces, it'll actually take us a step closer to decentralized cloud. The other point is, Andreessen Horowitz recently claimed that a lot of enterprises, when they start up, they want to design their systems to be cloud native, where you only work on cloud. But there is a cost of moving to cloud because of egress reasons, being tied to a particular vendor, etc. The future would actually have two things. One is a multi-cloud environment where you will not just have one cloud provider, but multiple cloud providers, and you will write APIs that will just be generic APIs, and you'll have pluggable modules for each of these different cloud providers on the back end. The other thing is many enterprises are also planning to come back to on-premise. So this is because of latency, because of security, because of costs. The future will have a hybrid system, a decentralized hybrid system. So that's what I believe lies in front of us as developers. And we will not design for specific services. We will try to keep it generic in the future. And that's my time. Thank you so much for joining me today. Please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn, Twitter, or on my email address. And I'll just have a hiring thing here where Netflix is looking for engineers to work on challenges of distributed systems and scale. So if you're based in the US and you're looking for opportunities at Netflix, please reach out to me. Thank you.
Absolutely great, Tejas. I was just looking in the comments. David is here, and David is saying, he says Netflix is my favorite streaming service. Watch it every day. But there is someone who really appreciate all your work. And what is something that I really loved about your slides in the entire presentation, that I feel that it has come from all your practice, right? You work there, so I definitely see there's nothing from the documentation. There's nothing the demos that you're giving, but all that you have learned, the best practices, how to avoid pitfalls, is what you have shared. Also, I really liked when you shared in the very beginning that there's also cost of uploading the data. I mean,
Yes.
This is day number 9, Tejas, right? So it was last session of the day 9, and no one has actually talked about the cost of uploading the data. No one has ever mentioned, and I felt that many people miss it, right? We only talk about the services that would be charged, right? And so this is great. And I want to understand the Tejas, you did share that cloud is not reachable in all location, but through data centers. This is what you can you please elaborate? I couldn't get it. Can you make me understand in a more layman's language?
Absolutely. So I'll take an example of Netflix, right? Netflix today streams in different parts of the world. We have artists that work from Mumbai and Barcelona, and there is an artist that's working in Mumbai today trying to edit some pictures or make animations. But for them, the speed at which the upload works in Mumbai to AWS cloud or any other cloud is slower, because we want that data to arrive even faster to the artist that's waiting in Barcelona. So what we do is Netflix uses their own CDNs, content distribution networks, that Netflix has pioneered, and we try to leverage the same for streaming and leverage the same for Netflix studios. So that means that if we rely on AWS to send the data, it'll take higher latency because the pipe connecting to the cloud is smaller in multiple regions of the world. So not everyone has the same speed of access to Amazon or other cloud providers, but they have the same speed of access to Netflix. So that's what Netflix has built, and that's what I meant when I said that reaching the cloud is not always the best alternative if you want to globally distribute a service. You have to take into account the latency, the size of your data, the costs, many other things.
Wow, well said, the Tejas. That's absolutely great answer. Here's my quick question once again for you. But now, for instance, right, you talk about leveraging multi-cloud, right, and we should move towards multi-cloud, decentralized. In many situations, when we work with the customers, even moving to cloud is a lot more expensive than staying on premises. Right.
Yes.
What do you do in that situation? What do you tell the customers that, hey, just trust the technology and move it, or you tell them first build up your business, make more revenue, then move it? How does that situation work?
That's a great question, and that has been one of the reasons. Like Andreessen Horowitz's paper is a great read for folks that want to understand the logic behind this. I think that it's a trade-off. So, for example, when you have a lot of data, when your data is small, right? Cloud is very attractive because they give you so many credits to start off with. So you're like, hey, it's free, it's out of the box, life is good. As your data grows, your cloud costs exponentially grow. So what you would want to do is, as an organization, you start off with cloud and on-premise together. Like understand the implications of building them together and write software in a way that can work across both systems seamlessly. Cloud provides advantages of tiering. So if you have to have on-premise systems, you do not have money to buy like huge machines to store your data, and you do not have data as well. So you start off with cloud, but at the same time, with time, you want to design your APIs so that you can also leverage on-premise. And it's as your size grows, cloud will not be an alternative for a long term because you will want to get some data on-premise or reduce the latency. So you would rather want to develop APIs keeping that in mind.
Yeah, and I definitely believe we did also talk about API gateways, right? And I also love that you did share about media files are not compressible and they're divided into chunks, and you spend a lot of time around encryption and all that. So they just, all this has come from your learning, right? And I'm really thankful that you have shared in this session. But what's next? If I want to go and learn more about it, is there any resources that you refer, or any book, or any courses, videos, and anything around that?
I mean, if you want to design for the cloud, what I have generally done in the past is first understanding distributed systems, how systems work, what exactly is storage, what is a file, and then that will get your brain wheels running as to why they are designing cloud. Why are people pumping in so much money? Why is Amazon, Microsoft, and GCP trying to like sell it so much? Because it's great. Like there is $1 trillion market opportunity there. Then if you want to learn, the best way is to actually go and start looking at their user guides, understand their different APIs. And what I try to do is in my free time, I just bring up a small like machine on the cloud, and they are free. And then I just write some service in any language. It can be Java, it can be Node.js. I just call their APIs to see their responses. And that gets me started. And before you realize, you have a full-fledged service. And then I'll just write a simple calendar app or something, but I'll like have APIs, I'll have metrics, I'll have logs. So that teaches me about the entire life cycle of how cloud should be used. And then I'll try to see if I can put data in, what's the cost that I'm paying for the data. So I think that's the right way to start off, by actually not just learning about it, but implementing it and like iterating over it. And you should also try to focus on the trends that are happening. So just a generic feel for what networking is, what compute is, what storage is, would really hold you in good stead to understand cloud better.
Wow, wow, that's great, Tejas. I have a couple of more questions. I'm sorry, I'm gonna bug you.
That's okay, please.
In this session, you did also talk about the hot storage and cold storage, right? And you did say eventually you would like to move your data to cold storage, right? So I'm just trying to understand that what are a couple of factors that would help me judge if this data should go to the cold storage. For instance, Game of Thrones is over, right? And maybe someone would like to go and watch the very first season of Game of Thrones, right? So is it about that how old is that data, or is it like how many people are watching it? So how should one actually decide?
Yes, and that's where you have machine learning and other algorithms that come into play. So it's not only the age of the data. Sometimes there's a trend that picks up. Some celebrities watching Game of Thrones, and then everyone in the world will want to watch it.
Yeah, exactly.
So if we pick up on those trends, you use AI and machine learning to understand and then move the data appropriately. So generally, the final cut of the movies is not stored in the archival storage. And generally, like if I were to design it, but you would store like bloopers or something like that. That's a good example. Even for files, like let's say Facebook is there, right? You're using Facebook. You'll go over Facebook videos in your timeline, but something that you've shared 10 years ago, you would expect as a user for it to be slower to reach. So you will have to scroll a lot more to find that. And that's when, the learning algorithms kick in, and they'll be like, hey, he's trying to reach 10 years ago. So let me just prefetch it from the cold storage and like provide it. And the other thing is different cloud providers have different time guarantees as well. So GCP says that your storage will be available, your data will be available in a matter of minutes. AWS says that it will be available in a matter of hours. So that is, both of them are cold storage tiers, but their SLAs are very different. So when you design, you have to take that into consideration as well.
Wow, that's great. I really enjoyed your session, to be honest. I have many more questions, but I'll just stop. I actually made an entire OneNote from your session, to be honest.
Oh, nice.
And I'll again go back and rewatch it, because as I said, this was not from documentation, right? This is all from your practices. And I also think that people really loved it. Bhaskar says, superb session. Parth says, thanks, Tejas, for great session. It was amazing to know about duplication concept. Sandeep says, very informative session, Tejas. Absolutely great. Tejas, I believe you have been active in the community only from past 7 to 8 months, but I have started following you on Twitter. You started to become more active. I also see you're also involved with NFTs, which I believe is the future, right?
Yes,
so
absolutely.
And you are definitely always heads up with the technology, I see. So absolutely great, Tejas, to have you in this Cloud Summit 2021. Any final thing you want to plug in before we end the day?
I am just very happy to be a part of this. I would just request everyone who's attending this to also share their knowledge with people. I think it is important to share knowledge, and knowledge should be free and accessible, and that is what the Cloud Summit is also doing. So thank you for sharing this freely with people, and thank you to all the organizers of Cloud Summit. I know it's been an interesting 9 days, and this is very exciting for me, and I hope that I have been able to provide some information from my experience here. So
No, I
thank
believe
you.
Tejas, your session was absolutely great, and I want to thank you for accepting the invitation. As always, we would love to have you back, maybe in person. If not in person, then until then, the virtual events we do. And yeah, thank you so much. Have a nice day ahead and week ahead. And yeah, keep rocking with the Netflix. We love it.
Yes, thank you so much,
By
and
the
please
way,
watch Netflix.
do you have a free subscription, lifetime subscription?
So Netflix doesn't allow us to
Oh,
have any subscription. So even I pay for it. So I don't get it
oh
free.
my God, that's sad. They should give. All
Hey,
right.
it's okay. That's money that's coming back to me, so it's fine.
Yeah, yeah, I get it. All
Yeah,
right. Thank you, Tejas.
yeah.
Bye.
All
Take
right.
care.
Yeah.
Bye. All right, that was absolutely great. So much to learn. I mean, I will still say they were slides, but every single bullet points over there were absolutely great. Definitely go ahead and rewatch it. And if you want to go ahead and rewatch in the individual sessions, please register on the Cloud Azure Summit.live website, and we'll make sure that we'll give you the recorded session. There are too many videos that needs to be recorded. I know it's going to take us time, but just after this summit, and we'll try to give you ASAP. And thanks to everyone who is joining. I see Manika says thank you, Tejas. Rohit, although he's not here, but definitely he'll be watching us from behind the scenes. Rohit Thomas says amazing sessions. Great session. I absolutely loved it, to be honest. And yeah, Tejas was one of the part of our code quality and performance virtual conference that was organized and hosted by David McCarter, and he was also one of the guests on his Rocking the Code World with .NET Day. And today we hosted him. I hosted him for the very first time, the Cloud Summit 2021, and I am really thrilled to host him. But having said that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of day 9. You can see my eyes are a little puffed, but not. But we are still we are very energetic. My team behind the scenes, and everyone who has been commenting: Bhaskar, Parth, Sandeep, Manik, Rohit, Ganesh, Manikandan, David, Amro, Rahul, Abin, everyone, Astha. Right, I see so many people joining in. So thank you so much for all your continued support. I really appreciate. I know it's very late for many of you who are joining us from India. It's really late night, and yeah, it's the end of day 9. But here's what: we've still not reached the end, because it is the time to go ahead and announce the winners for the day for Twitter and LinkedIn contest. Having said that, let's see who wins it. Now we have actually announced the winners for the part 2 of giveaway, right? But let's see who's going to win it. Okay, let's see who wins it once again. Let's do it once again, not a problem. We have a lot of goodies to be given away. Let's see who wins it in the count of 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Dum 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 dum. Da 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 da. C# corner. You can. Michael Dialinus. Sorry, I'm saying your last name the wrong way. Michael, take a screenshot of this. Drop us an email at simon@azuresummit.live, and we'll make sure that we ship you the goodies with your address and contact number, and we'll make sure we ship you the goodies next month. This month is very busy. Now it's time to go ahead and announce the winner for LinkedIn contest. Who do you think is going to win? Who do you think is going to win for the LinkedIn? And the winner for LinkedIn is or maybe let's play commercial. No, I won't do it. The winner for this is Rahul. Rahul says, keep learning, lessons learned. Looks like he has been active. He was watching the very first episode of the day. And congratulations, Rahul. Take a screenshot of this. Drop us an email at simon@azuresummit.live with your address and contact number. It will take us some time, and if I may not be able to respond to that email, but we'll definitely make sure that we ship you the goodies. And once you drop an email, please consider it received. Now we are left with the final giveaway of the week. Who's going to win it? Let me see who's going to win it. If there are any comments coming in. Let's see who is active in the comments. I don't see who. We still have many people watching us on LinkedIn and on YouTube and also on website. Who's going to win it? Any guesses? I'm waiting. All right, it's time to go ahead and tell who is going to win the Twitter contest, and that person is Oops. Oh, who's that person? Oh, I don't know. I lost it. Hold on. I don't know who's going to win it. Hold on. I lost that link. 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 All right. So Parth, congratulations. Congratulations. You win you are the winner of Twitter contest. You have been saying, yeah, thumbs up. So congratulations, Parth. Take a screenshot of this and take a screenshot of this. Either works. Yeah, take a screenshot of this and drop us an email at simon@azuresummit.live. Not only you have shared on social media, but I have also seen you are very active in the comments, and you have also been asking questions to the speaker. So really appreciate it. Every question asked to the speaker, it's a great thing. It makes speakers feels that they're heard. So congratulations, Parth. Take a screenshot of this, drop us an email at simon@azuresummit.live. And yeah, I won't be able to respond, but please consider your email received. Having said that, it's time to go ahead. Oh my goodness, you don't want to look at this code. Okay, let's go and see what we have tomorrow. For tomorrow, we have the schedule. It's September 22. Let's see. Tomorrow is going to be long. Last 2 days are really, really long, to be honest. Welcome note. We start a little early tomorrow. 5:30 a.m. Is actually your 3 p.m. Indian time zone. The first is, of course, my welcome note. Nothing to be interested. Then we have a session by Michael. He's going to talk about AI in the front-end world. How interesting. Then we have session at 6:30 by Sergi. He's going to talk about Azure Containers Services. This is the first session I believe we have. Then we have a session by Ivan, who is actually a blockchain and a .NET developer. He's going to talk about creating and using NFTs with Stratis Unity SDK. Then we have a session by Aichabat. Aichabat is a very good friend of mine, now a senior cloud advocate at Microsoft, who's going to talk about Azure Event Hubs and Microsoft Graph. Then we have a session by Jose Luis, who's again going to talk about performance testing. I think it's K6. What is K6? I don't know. Never mind. Then we have a session by On is Jan. I'm sorry, I'm messing with the name. It's Data Ops on Azure. Then we have a session by Daniel about Kubernetes. Then we have a session by Leveraging Azure by Ivo. Then we have a break. We have almost a long break tomorrow, almost like 1.5 hour break. Then we have a session by Patrick, who's going to talk about Windows Virtual Desktop. Then we also have a session by Hacking Azure Table, Introduction to Azure Arc by Jon Peters. I'm really sorry, I'm messing with the names. I cannot say many of the European names. Then we have Ron, who's going to talk about anomaly detection for apps. And then finally, we have Jose Xavier Colombi, who's going to talk about host, deploy, and scale ASP.NET Core Blazor server. So that's for day number 20, right? And we are almost on the second last day. My goodness, it was a very long event. It's still not over, but we are still very excited because I see in the don't look at my puffed eyes. I still see in the comments people are very active. So thank you everyone who has joined us. It has been a great first 9 days, and I believe it's going to be the absolutely great days for the last 2. I'm very excited. The energy is on, and I want you all to please again come back, even for those who have won the goodies, right? Please keep coming back, and yeah, we'll see you soon. Until then, take good care of yourself. I'll see you tomorrow in about 12 hours, 11 hours, right? Or 12 or 13 hours. See ya. Bye. Good night. Take care. Have a nice evening, or wherever you are joining us from today. Ta-ra. Bye. Where's the outro? Found it.
Hi, I'm Anna Hoffman.
Hey friends, I'm Nikolai.
Hi, I'm Mustafa Karaman.
Hi, I'm Tanya Janka.
Hello.
And I'm excited to be the speaker at Azure Summit 2021.
It's a fantastic event that will be 11 days live streaming.
where more than 100 speakers from all over the world.
I'm excited to speak at Azure Summit about Power BI and Synapse Analytics.
And I'm going to talk about security.
And also a Microsoft MVP for Azure.
I'm speaking at Cloud Summit about automated release of .NET application.
And the best part is that this is a free event.
Come join me live at Learn TV on September 17th.
Come join me live on Learn TV on September 14th.
Come join me on Learn TV on the 14th of September this year.
A bunch of other Microsoft and community speakers.
So if you want to learn how to secure Azure, come to my talk.
Join us, it will be a lot of fun.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there.